We have our guest of honor in the house, and so we are good to go. We are happy to have Dr. Anita, NCDP coordinator, gracing this occasion. This is a big occasion for Gikuriro. We are celebrating a number of things, impacts that we have been able to make the lives of people, families, children in a number of districts that we were able to serve. And we are grateful that we are saying that together we can end malnutrition in Rwanda. That is our theme, actually. And I know all of us here as partners are working towards that. A warm welcome to a number of guests that are joining us online as well. We have quite a number of them. And of course, we have a huge guest of honors as well, great people that are joining us in the house. As you're all aware that we cannot be able to have a huge number so that we are able to, adhere to the guidelines of the government of Rwanda, the Ministry of Health. And that is why we have few people around, so it's not the normal days when you have a full house. So we have a huge following actually online, which are following this thing, and we want to make sure that even the online guys have a feel like being in the house. And that is our intention. And together with my colleague, we'll be able to work on that. A warm welcome to Silva Karumba, who is Gikuriro AOR. As well, will be joined shortly after by Ms. Leslie, the USAID Program Director. And of course, our own Chief of Party, Dr. Lemayu, and CRS Country Representative, Dr. Bernard. It's a pleasure to have you all. And we are looking forward to making sure that your time is well utilized in a way that in the next few hours, we are able to celebrate, but as well, we are able to interact with you guys and looking forward to having a session together. We are set and fully to ensure that we are all comfortable. So just to introduce myself, I'm Collins Lotuk, and I'm the M&E advisor for Gikuriro. For today, I am the MC together with my colleague, Dr. Yvonne. So, Dr. Yvonne, go on.
Thank you, Collins. Welcome again to you all, those who are here in person and those who are following us online. Thank you for being here today to celebrate Gikuriro achievements. And I'm going to go quickly through the agenda of today. I think we will be together for the next 2-3 hours maximum, and we should be able to conclude our session then. So we will be starting with the opening remarks from our CR. Then we will have a short documentary, a short video of Gikuriro beneficiaries. Normally, in terms of in normal times without COVID, we could have had beneficiaries coming this side. We have a small number of them there in the exhibition, but the small video will give us an idea of Gikuriro activities on the field. Then we will have a presentation by Gikuriro COP to highlight achievements. We will take some time to go around for the exhibition, stand outside and get some testimonies from beneficiaries, also from other stakeholders. After the testimonies, we'll have another presentation with the results of the end-line evaluation for Gikuriro, which will be presented by our researchers from the School of Public Health, University of Rwanda. And then that's when we will have a session of question and answers. We wanted to put the question and answers at the end once we have had the whole perspective in terms of presentation of achievement, having seen the exhibition, having heard the testimonies of the various stakeholders and the result, then we can respond to some of the questions. And then at the end we will have key speeches from the donor, USAID representative, and also from our guest of honor, Dr. Anita. I would like to introduce the first speaker, CRS-CR, Dr. Jude Marie Bernat, to come and give the welcome note. However, I will just introduce him a little bit more, not just as a CRS country representative. He is a medical doctor who joined CRS in 1999 as a maternal, child, and nutrition program director. He has a solid experience in integrated health and nutrition programming. With his 20 years old in CRS, he served successively in Haiti, in DR Congo, in Burundi, and then he joined Rwanda in March 2019. So you see that Jude is Great Lakes citizen. So welcome, Jude.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So for the speeches, we will allow them at least to a little, remove their masks. But every one of us, please keep your masks so that he's able to speak a bit more. Thank you. Thank you.
After Jude's welcome remarks, we will straight away go to the video. So Karine, Eric, and Tim, be ready after his keynote, straight to the video. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yvonne. Thank you, Collins, for the introductions. Again, welcome, Dr. Anita, our guest of honor, Mr. Silver, Karumba representative from USAID, Honorable Director General from the Minalog, faith leaders, district representative with us this morning, dear partners and civil society organization representatives, distinguished guests, those in the room here, but also more than 45 joining us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, on behalf of CRS-Rwanda, allow me to take this opportunity to welcome you all to this very exciting event. Today, we are celebrating Gikuriro's positive impact on children and families in Rwanda. It's a real honor for me to be here with you today. As many of you are aware, Gikuriro is a USAID-funded integrated nutrition, water and sanitation and hygiene program that was designed to support the government of Rwanda's efforts to reduce stunting among children under 5. The program was officially launched back in May 2016 by the Right Honorable Prime Minister and the US Ambassador here in Rwanda, in presence of many of key health and nutrition stakeholders, including some of you present in this room or joining us online today. As its Kinyarwanda meaning implies, Gikuriro fosters good growth for children in Rwanda by focusing on the 1,000-day window of opportunity to address the root causes of chronic malnutrition among those under 5. With optimal nutrition during the first 1,000 days of life, a child will have improved cognitive and physical development, will have better health, and will better be able to earn a living and contribute to the development of the country when that child becomes an adult, compared to a peer who have suffered from chronic malnutrition and have faltered in growth. So, as child's overall nutrition status is determined by 3 interrelated factors: food, health, and care. Food, health, and care. Nutrition status improves when mothers and children have access to diverse, safe, and nutrient-rich food. When parents understand and can support their children's healthy development. When children and families have adequate health services, and when families live in communities with safe water sanitation and good hygiene practices. Since Gikuriro's launch, CRS and its partners, SNV, Caritas Rwanda, AEE, FXB, YWCA, FVA, and Duramik Hadri have diligently collaborated with USAID Rwanda and relevant government of Rwanda bodies at both central and decentralized level to roll out the implementation of program activities in 8 districts. To date, the program has demonstrated tremendous progress in delivering key results along its intended objectives and outcomes. The program has achieved and exceeded most of its life of project targets, working in close collaboration with Government of Rwanda entities, namely the National Early Childhood Development Program, the Ministry of Health, and respective districts to promote sustainability and ownership of the initiatives supported under Gikuriro. Over the last 4.5 years, CRS and its partners delivered on key national strategic frameworks that include coordinating the development of national nutrition, WASH, early childhood development, social behavior change strategy, revision of the community-based environmental health promotion program, the CBEHPP roadmap and tools, development of water quality strategy, the designing and the developing several social behavior change and communication materials. The program strengthened the technical and managerial capacities of thousands of service providers, 8 local implementing partners, and relevant government structures in Rwanda. The program established and ensured functionality of several community structures, including saving groups, farmer field learning schools, community health clubs, village nutrition schools, and school-based health clubs to, 1, promote the prevention of malnutrition, 2, create access to sanitation and hygiene services, improve household livelihoods, and to rehabilitate children who have suffered from acute or moderate malnutrition. Gikuriro used village nutrition schools as a tested model here in Rwanda to prevent and treat malnutrition using community-level service providers. This package consisted of services that includes, among others, growth monitoring and promotion, nutrition education and counseling, cooking demonstrations, rehabilitation of acute malnutrition using locally available food, and peer influencing to adopt positive behaviors. Gikuriro directly targeted and reached approximately 50,000 households in 5 districts to promote increased agricultural productivity using bio-intensive techniques, also known as BIAT, bio-intensive agricultural techniques. So over 80% of the participants learned these techniques through the demonstration plots and have actually adopted by replicating those practices at their household level. The program complemented improved agricultural productivity with provision of small livestock to increase access to animal source food to achieve optimal nutrition outcomes, but also to diversify household assets as well as income, hence promoting resilience. Saving and internal lending communities, also known as saving groups, as SILC in the CRS jargon, is a CRS signature model to promote self-reliant social protection and livelihood improvement at the household level. Gikuriro supported over 50,000 households, 50,000 nutritionally vulnerable households and across 5 districts to form approximately 2,000 saving groups. The projects achieved cumulative savings exceeding 2 billion Rwandan francs, approximately $2.1 million over the life of the project. Annual shareouts of savings and interest and social funds allowed the members to start business, to pay for community-based health insurance, to buy household assets, and meet other household livelihood needs. Gikuriro scaled up the government of Rwanda community-based environmental health promotion plan, the CBEHPP, across 8 districts, reaching 3,200 villages. Over 570,000 households have been reached in the implementation of the CBEHPP package that improved the sanitation and hygiene outcome during the project life. With expansion of its scope and allocation of additional resources from USAID towards year 3 of the program, Gikuriro integrated water supply hardware interventions into the package and supported the communities and the government of Rwanda to construct infrastructures that improve access to clean water to over 345,000 households in all 8 targeted districts. Gikuriro have also adapted its water and sanitation approach to support districts to respond to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic by building infrastructures at the district level and also at health facility levels in the districts. Gikuriro invested in technical and institutional capacity strengthening of both local civil society organizations and government of Rwanda structures, including service providers at facility level and at community level. At the end of the project, all 6 partners have successfully graduated, and a mechanism has been put in place to sustain the achievements in the local partner capacity building. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, CRS and its partners are proud to have also partnered with the University of Rwanda School of Public Health to conduct program evaluations since the baseline through the midterm evaluation and the final evaluation of the program. Through Gikuriro, CRS and the University of Rwanda also collaborated on other research studies, including commitment to support 2 PhD level studies. The university highly professional colleagues worked closely with Gikuriro Program team, with the Ministry of Health, NECDP, and relevant district structures to design and implement research works. And I want to thank them for their tremendous effort and contribution to the evaluation of the Gikuriro program. The final evaluation will be presented shortly, and the finding demonstrate that Gikuriro progress over the 5 years demonstrate great achievement over the 5 years that are worth celebrating. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of CRS and our partners, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the following institutions and individuals for the extraordinary contribution to the Gikuriro programming in general. I would start with USAID Rwanda for providing the funding support and technical guidance. In particular, I would like to thank our colleague at the USAID Rwanda Health Office, who consistently provided invaluable guidance throughout the journey from the planning to the implementing of the Gikuriro program. The Ministry of Health, with a special recognition to the Honorable Minister for his passion and leadership in addressing the issue of malnutrition across the country. I also want to appreciate the continued support provided by our colleagues from MCCH, RBC, and all other relevant Ministry of Health divisions. The partnership and the close collaboration, the close relationship with NECDP under MIDJE-PROF have been exemplary. Most of the results we noticed and that we are celebrating today under the Gikuriro Program would not have materialized without the support and the leadership from Dr. Anita here with us today as our guest of honor and her team. So I would like to extend a special recognition to you, Dr. Anita, and to the NECDP team. My sincere appreciation goes also to each and every mayors. We know some are with us here in the room. Others are joining virtually. The mayors and the technical staff in the 8 districts with whom Gikuriro have planned and implemented the program were instrumental in the success that we have had and the impact that we have had on the life of those we have served over the past 5 years. Our colleagues in nutrition and WASH, the service providers, and our local implementing partners are in the 8 targeted districts. Without your outstanding efforts, without your strong collaboration, this program would not have achieved what we are celebrating today. On behalf of CRS, SNV, AEE, Caritas Rwanda, YWCA, FVA, FXB, and Duhami Kadri, I want to thank you all for joining this important event today. We look forward to celebrating Gikuriro's positive impact on the lives of children and families through the rich and open dialogue on what the program has achieved and has also learned over the past 5 years. As we look at some of the data that will be presented today, let us all remember that these data points, figures, and graphics are not just statistics. They represent actual children who would not have reached their full potential. Today, let us recommit ourselves to continue working even harder to ensure that we definitely eradicate chronic malnutrition in Rwanda. As you can observe in our team today is that together we can end malnutrition in Rwanda. Murakoze.
banyanditse nari mfite umwana uri mu mirire mibi igihe cyose yahoraga mu muhondo. Twakoze ishuri mbonezamirire duteka iminsi 12, nagezemo banyigisha guteka indyo yuzuye harimo ibitera imbaraga, ibiwurinda indwara n'ibyubaka umubiri. Tumaze kumenya kubiteka, ninjiyemo umwana wanjye afite ibiro 7, navuyemo umwana afite ibiro 9. Ubwo ndanyije mbonye ko umwana wanjye hari impinduka zibaye mu mubiri we, nanjye nkajyanza nkabikora iwanjye. Ubwo kugeza uyu munsi umwana wanjye yavuye mu mirire mibi mbikesha Gikuriro, kuko iyo ntaza kujya muri Gikuriro hari umwana aba yaranampfanye kubera kutamenya kumugaburira indyo yuzuye. Ikintu nakoze kubera ko nabimenye nanjye nkabigira ibyanjye. Ikintu cya mbere nshimira Gikuriro, ndishimye cyane rwose kubona umwana wanjye yaravuye mu mirire mibi. Ubu nanjye iyo ngenda mba numva nta soni mfite.
Catholic Relief Services, CRS, is this development and relief organization of the United States Conference of Bishops. We operate in more than 117 countries overseas, and we contribute to improve the living conditions of the most in need. In Rwanda, Catholic Relief Services reaches more than 4 million people.
Gikuriro is an integrated program focusing on nutrition, water, sanitation, hygiene, and targeting under 5 children and women of reproductive age. The program is funded by USAID and being implemented in close collaboration with the government of Rwanda through NECDP, MOH, and other social cluster ministries. Gikuriro achieved tremendous amount of successes by reaching over 50,000 families with the integrated packages and over 500,000 households through WASH and behavior change communication.
Mbere y'uko Gikuriro iboneka, abana benshi twajyaga tubabura ntitumenye ko banarwaye cyangwa se iyo mirire mibi bayifite. Abana bafite imirire mibi bajya mu ishuri mboneza mirire mu mudugudu bagakurikiranwa mu gihe cy'iminsi 12. Mu gihe cy'iminsi 12 abana baba batekera, bigisha ababyeyi gutegura indyo yuzuye. Ikindi Gikuriro yadufashije gukurikirana ibyo bikorwa byose mu mudugudu, ikadufasha kugera aho hose mu cyaro no gukurikirana abo bana, ndetse habayeho n'amahugurwa menshi aho twigishije ababyeyi gukurikirana aba bana ndetse no kurwanya indwara ziterwa n'imirire mibi.
Ndi umumama w'abana 3, abakobwa 2 n'umuhungu 1. Ndi umunyamuryango wa Serike, itsinda ryacu ryitwa Abanyamurava. Nkaba ndi umuhinzi w'imboga, ndazicuruza izindi nkazirangura.
Twataje mu iterambere kandi dushyize hamwe.
Ukuvuga Gikuriro yaje 2017. Nagujije 5,000. 5,000 nagiye mu isoko, nabashije kurangura ibasi ya karoti n'ibasi y'intoryi. Ndaza ndacuruza. Maze gucuruza mbona ko umushinga natangiye utera imbere. Ndongera ndishyura yo nari nagujije, ndongera ndaguza. Noneho nagujije 15,000. Kuko nabaga ahantu hitaka hatameze neza ku buryo n'umwana ari gushobora kurwara imvunja. Ariko ubu tuvugana nta mwana ushobora kurwara imvunja. Cyongeyeho ku mboga mpinga nta mwana warwara imirire mibi mfite imboga. Itsinda ryacu rero rizigama rimwe mu cyumweru. Iyo wizigamye neza bakakuguriza. Iyo bakugurije amafaranga nk'ibihumbi 15, iyo bakugurije inguzanyo yimarana amezi 3, wazamura umugabane bakayikuba 3.
Aya mazi aza hano twamvomaga mu birometero 5. Rwarugendo rurerure, wasanga nk'abafite abana batoya kujya ku ishuri bakererwa, kandi twavuga amazi mabi. Kandi tuba twashima uyu mushinga wa Gikuriro watwegereje amazi kandi meza.
We worked with the district sanitation and water sector. The role of local government is to work with us in monitoring activities to ensure the quality of construction and also to maintain the works like this one after Gikuriro closing.
Nous sommes très contents avec la collaboration parce que le projet a été vraiment apprécié par la communauté. Si vous regardez dans tous les districts la population est en train de jouir des bonnes œuvres de Gikuriro. C'est pourquoi ils ont toujours commencé à demander si Gikuriro peut continuer avec les mêmes districts ou bien augmenter le nombre de districts. Mais avec l'évaluation des autorités de district, ils ont témoigné qu'ils ont beaucoup travaillé avec Gikuriro. Avec ça, ils ont arrivé à atteindre leurs objectifs.
We are grateful to USAID and the government of Rwanda for creating an opportunity to serve the Rwandan population through the Gikuriro mechanism.
Thank you, digital team, for that video. Actually, it gives a good background and understanding of Gikuriro to everyone, probably who it's the first time for him or her to join and to listen to Gikuriro. We are going next session where we have our chief of party being able to give a short presentation, mainly to expound on the video, but as well show a bit more of impact numbers and everything that we've been doing for the last 5 years. The chief of party is Dr. Alemai Gebramariam. He's a public health professional with a PhD in health studies. He's worked in development program for well over 2 decades. Actually, he told me to say over 2 decades, because about 27 years or so. He started the project for the first day and has been steering the program with great leadership, effectively interacting with diverse stakeholders, including the government of Rwanda, development partners, communities, and little children in the remote of the villages in Rwanda. When he's free, you can join him for a Habesha Buna and some delicacies from Abyssinia, notably injera. Welcome, Dr. Alemayu.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think I find it home, actually, because this is a coffee land as well. So I never missed coffee, and I feel home. Thank you again, Collins. Dr. Anita Simwe, coordinator of the National Early Childhood Development Program. I know Leslie is not here, but she'll be joining. Leslie Marbury, USAID Mission Director. Silva Karumba, a representative of USAID, but a very important person, agreement officer's representative, who've been with this program since day one. Jude Marie Banat, country representative, CRS-Rwanda. Director generals, department heads, and sector officials from various line ministries, mayors, DEA, hoping they would join. These are the district executive directors from Kigali, and representatives from the 8 districts in general. USAID colleagues who are here and online. Actually, I want to recognize them. Office directors at USAID, team leads, AORs, recognition to you. UN representatives here present and also online. Partners and representatives of civil society organizations and NGOs, phase leaders, colleagues from University of Rwanda and University of Global Health Equity, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have any speech. I just wanted to make protocol is maintained. But before going to my presentation, I just wanted to take this opportunity to kind of put a few things in perspective. First one is on personal note. I know being recognized, it has been such a tremendous pleasure and honor. 2 things. 1, for being here today. Number 2, for having led this very exciting program over the last 5 years as a chief of party. It has been a rewarding experience, I can say. As Collins said, from day 1 to now, that's amazing. Of course, with a highly talented team members at the partner level, CRS. I've been really privileged to have served on this program. Also, on the today celebrating positive impact, I just wanted to say a few notes. When I sent an email to invite Dr. Anita as guest of honor, she said, I don't like closeout language. So that inspired us so that we changed the language. So today we are celebrating the positive impact of Gikuriro, and that's the purpose, that's the mission for our presence here. The second one is also the motto on the banner, which says, together we can end malnutrition in Rwanda. I think this has been so dear and close to our hearts as we implemented Gikuriro. That really motivated us. It has been a source of passion for us for the last 5 years. And we are, with what we see in Rwanda, with a commitment from the government from highest level, and also with the leadership from NCDP, from Ministry of Health, Minalok, and all other social cluster ministries, I think this can be realized. Together with partners in Rwanda, malnutrition can be reduced and contained, can be eliminated. So as CRS, I think it has been again a true privilege, and we, not only with Gikuriro, but we're looking forward to continue partnering with the government of Rwanda to promote this and to make sure Rwandan children attain their fullest potential. I think just a few other things. I will have a presentation, a quick presentation, but I hope you won't be bored because Jude, the country representative, has covered much of what supposed to speak, and it's not by chance actually. Mine will be more visual, and I'll running over some of the figures and the numbers, basically. However, the two presentations, I just want to inform you. The presentation I'll make and that of the University of Rwanda, these are two different, we are reading or playing from two different playbooks. The University of Rwanda, as external consultant, they will be presenting the endline, which is different from the data I'll be showing, which is more program level, actually. Our own internal data. However, I also borrowed a few results from them because we have annual beneficiary survey, which helps us monitor the outcome level indicators. However, the last time we did was a year ago, so we wanted to take a few results from there. I think I could, the chief of party lived 5 years. I could continue talking about Gikuriro for the rest of the day. I don't want to bore you with that. However, whatever I present here, please know it's just a tip of an iceberg, a larger reality and larger results. With that, I will move on. So this is the outline. I don't want to go into details of this outline. This is what I'll be covering. So the first one is a project profile. I think many of you, by now you know, Gikuriro is a USAID-funded program, 5 years, and 24 million was put into it, plus 3.6 million from cost share. We had a 15% cost share, and much of it from CRS in cash, and then we also had SNV US, our partner, contributing in kind. I think the name Gikuriro already explained. I don't want to go into that, but it's a powerful brand. I think Gikuriro grow well. It's an opposite of stunting in Kenya, Rwanda. So this is such a powerful concept and powerful word. So that's what we're celebrating. Hope any future opportunities can also borrow the name or modified version of that name. As you know, CRS has been prime on this SNV-US. Now I think there is different naming nomenclature on SNV, so I still maintain the old one. And 6 local partners want to recognize them here. AEE, African Evangelical Enterprise Rwanda, Caritas Rwanda, Duhami Kadri, FVA, Faith Victory Association, and FXB and YWCA. These are our partners who did toil on the ground, actually, who did work from day one all up to recent time to achieve many of the results I'll be talking. We covered 8 districts. This is approximately 25% of Rwandan population. And I think I want to again clarify, when I say 8 districts, there are 2 distinctions. 5 districts, we had integrated nutrition and WASH as a package. However, remaining 3 districts, we had WASH only, wrapping around existing ongoing USAID's nutrition investment. So we worked in collaboration with other nutrition programs in the 3. And I can show you that that's the map. All these green colored are the 8 districts. And so the WASH only here in the south, we have Nyanza and Ruhango. And then in the east, we have Rwamagana. The rest integrated WASH and nutrition sites. So in the 5 districts and even in the WASH-only districts, when we say we count the district, we cover the entire district, entire sectors, except in Nyabihu, where we had a discussion with the leadership. And when we started this program, there was another program with similar portfolio. So we said, let's take only 8 sectors, and then ADRA covered the remaining 4. So that's the only place where we didn't cover the entire district, actually. So 50,000 families, approximately 2,000 for the integrated, and this program reached 570,000 households with WASH services. And then all this has been implemented in close collaboration. We collaborated with the leadership at decentralized level. Again and again, I want to recognize the roles played by the mayors, the vice mayors, the JAF leadership, and also the community health workers, and the community health clubs, and the club facilitators, and also Gikuriro worked very closely with health facilities, health centers, and hospitals, and actually private sector engagement, particularly in WASH hardware, and also in some of the consultancies. So this is all inclusive and multi-sectoral, if you like. I don't want to dwell much on the theory of change. It's a very humble. I just want to say one thing. This project was conceived and designed with the inspiration from the US government's multi-sectoral nutrition strategy, as well as the government of Rwanda's community-based food and nutrition policy and the subsequent versions of these materials. So that shows, if you put all these inputs here, including capacity strengthening of the government and service providers and civil society, and also putting some resources, and by the way, this has been modified because NCDP came into picture after we started, and that's a unicity of this program, the adaptation and modification of our thoughts and our theories. So the assumption is with all these inputs, the demand at community level, household level, will increase for nutrition and health services and for nutritious diets, and also adoption of positive behaviors with health and nutrition and WASH, and then sustain systems also. Our role has been building systems as well. And all this will ultimately bring about nutritional status of women improved, women and children improved. So again, that's in a different, put in a different way, that's the results framework of the Gikuriro program. I just can't mention, there were 2 intermediate results. The first one is capacity strengthening. Capacity strengthening had different sub-IRs as well, at district level capacity strengthening and local civil societies at the central level. And also the second IR is more service delivery in the wash and nutrition sectors. That's a goal, improved the nutritional status of women of reproductive age and children under 5 years of age, with focus on under 2 years of age. This is a journey. I think it has been a fascinating journey, as I said. So this award was signed November 10, 2015, and then all these steps we worked together with stakeholders, with partners, and so just to mention to echo what Jude said, in May 2016 we had a grand launch, and that looks like it was like last year for me, and I can't believe how time flies. And then we had our baseline and partners brought on board, and then we worked all these first cohort enrolled, from signing contracts, first deliverables, launching it, bringing partners on board. The first startup is a heavy lifting. You all know, actually, in a 5-year project, the first year, that's what Gikuriro experienced. But we right away embarked on bringing beneficiaries on board. Actually, I have a light here. That was an important junction for us as well. The collaboration, starting the collaboration with NCDP with a new vision, new commitment from the government, and that has been really, really instrumental in what we have achieved. Midterm evaluation, this segment is a heavy implementation period, basically, from February 2018 to February 2020, until this COVID thing dropped on us, which really somehow affected our implementation, particularly the last 2 quarters. However, it gave also an opportunity for adaptation, and I think we're not complaining. We had adopted, and we kind of flexibly achieved our goals. And then the district closeout, that's part of our responsibility. We had in each district a closeout just to make sure we are responsible and all these services are handed over appropriately to relevant stakeholders. And all mayors participated. We co-organized and colorfully celebrated, in fact, within the COVID context. And this is the final evaluation, and this is where we are. And then this project will end in February 9. We had a 3 months no-cost extension because of the impact from COVID. Just a disclaimer, the video we watched is not during the COVID, for information. It was before COVID, the video was taken, and I hope you won't kill us for no social distancing. This is basically a quick run through the components, Gikuriro package, if you like. We had VNS, BIAT, this is already said by Jude, and then this is a wash and the silk. I think in between we have also the cross-cutting components, gender, capacity strengthening, and social behavior change communication. So each component had various interventions and models and approaches. So I just want to talk briefly about the capacity strengthening part. We had capacity strengthening at national level as well as in the district. So the national level, of course, with collaboration with NCDP. We were happy to collaborate with NCDP to strengthen particularly M&E systems through secondment. We also supported financially, materially, particularly, for instance, the growth monitoring and promotion is important activity, and the nutrition. Gikuriro contributed, and I think bought over 1,600 digital scales distributed with accessories, solar panels and all that, distributed to all community health workers as well as health centers. We printed length mat and some of the guidelines, so that's part of collaboration with NCDP, and also developing SBC tools jointly with with the Ministry of Health, and particularly the Communication Center. At policy strategy level, also Gikuriro had involvement at the central level, particularly with the national strategy, development of SBC strategy. It was an excellent experience working with Dr. Anita's team and with MOH, as well as with stakeholders, UN agencies, to deliver that. And Gikuriro had an opportunity to lead. We also worked on a CBHP revision. So based on the implementation experience from the field, Gikuriro, together with the national level technical working groups, revised these materials and added actually the school wash strategy as well within that. We also worked on water quality strategy with Ministry of Health, Alphonsine, and clinical service colleagues. We worked with them, and at national level with the technical working groups, plus the WASH board. That's also another contribution from Gikuriro. So the list goes on and on. I think I just quickly go through the districts one. In each district, we worked with DPM, strengthening the capacity of DPM, supporting the regular coordination meetings, in training, in assessments jointly with other partners as well. We also worked on the washboard, strengthening the washboard, as many of you know. This is important structure at the district level, relatively new. So we assisted the district so that the washboards can be strengthened further. So again, I think training of working closely with sector executives and also sale level with SADOs, building their capacity, that has been part of what we contributed. And at the community level, we had a host of volunteers, existing plus new Gikuriro focused volunteers. I said Gikuriro focused, particularly we have the Parents Lumiere, which are the model parents that worked under Gikuriro, but we also closely worked with community health workers, farmer promoters, and I think for the WASH, the facilitators. So all these Gikuriro inputted so many things in terms of training, building the capacity, facilitating the work and all that. And at local civil society organizations, also the capacity building was part of that. I just, again, this has been the way we entered, particularly for the for the integrated services. I think I have to mention how we identified, particularly for the nutrition, the group formation. How did we go about? We had clear criteria initially, and then with these criteria, we discussed in the districts. There was a district entry process, which was very useful, getting perspectives from the district and some suggestions. Together we worked, we had workshops, and at the sector level, we used this to select right beneficiaries in each village. So we went into the village. Basically, Ubudehe category is one, Ubudehe 1 and 2, with under 5 children, and pregnant women, and any category, Ubudehe category with malnourished children and others. So we, based on that, we jointly identified households initially. However, after that, from the growth monitoring and promotion sessions, new clients and new service seekers go into the group. So the 4 groups are formed from there, and then there is a graduation in each village. So I'm talking about over approximately 2,000 villages this exercise went through, and we were very happy about our collaboration with the districts. Just quickly, again, going through some of the results. I think the VNS, I just want to say this VNS cycle is very important. So it just, in each village, VNH collaborates with health centers. We have growth monitoring promotion sessions where kids are measured and followed up, and if any child has any signs of malnutrition, acute malnutrition, particularly moderate acute malnutrition, so there is a community-based rehabilitation program. However, if severe acute malnutrition, then there is referral to health centers. So it's closely working with the health centers, but also ongoing GMP which is a very important platform actually to deliver the services, and also at household level promoting adoption. So that's basically VNS. We had over 1,900 VNS groups formed in the GMP cooking sessions, cooking demonstration, material assistance. All these are the outputs of the process we had. And what did we achieve? I just want to say, it's 12,000 under 5 children have been rehabilitated under the VNS program. I think we see this as a very critical outcome, because we have changed the lives of these children from going into, probably if you catch them early, chances are the stunting and then also the child, the development aspect and all this can be corrected. And so this is a significant contribution. I think the minimum dietary diversity increased from 29%, and I borrow this from the baseline, as I said earlier, to 50%. I think that's significant leap in that sense. And I put ASF, I think this goes to probably my friend Dr. Dennis. So animal source food increased from 18% to 41%. It is possible, if all the right inputs and right things are gone and right coordination takes place, I think it is possible to address all those issues. The BIAT, again, we have also high-level adoption on the silk. This is also impressive. In the last 4 years, the silk groups, they started saving 100, 150, 200 francs. And gradually they increased their savings. And cumulatively, these groups and the members, over 49,000 members, they were able to save 2.5 million American dollar, US dollars. That's really a remarkable achievement. And we have to, that could be a good entry point, and that's what we learned from this process. And there are so many other results from the silk as well. And we have documented the silk. I would be happy to share. We did some of kind of systematic documentation to see the impact and self-reported contribution of silk on nutrition and on other dimensions. On a social behavior change, again, most of these results are kind of attributable to this. Talking of attribution, I just want to say that should have been one of my disclaimers. Whatever results we are talking here, and even the final results, we are not taking 100% credit. I think attribution of results is very difficult, because we have the government of Rwanda implementing various interventions robustly, and also there are other partners. So in this district, Gikuriro has been a major player, of course. And we are talking about contributions from Gikuriro. And we are not talking about 100% attribution of the results. However, I think Gikuriro can take some credit in that sense. For the gender, I think a few things. Gender analysis, we started by doing the analysis, the survey, qualitative survey, and then based on that, we did a layering of services, including positive parenting. We did introduce couple communication. I think ultimately the results are very positive, particularly male engagement, beg your pardon. Male engagement increased, and also, many of the silk and VNS sessions, we have participation from men coming there, actually. We have model parents, 2 model parents per village, 1 man and 1 woman. So that encouraged particularly men in the villages, and we are so happy. On the WASH component, I think we have these components, particularly scaling up the community-based environmental health promotion activity and WASH governance, and also the social behavior change. Mainly, our role has been strengthening, establishing community health clubs across 3,200 villages. And that has had tremendous impact in improving the sanitation and access to water and water treatment of drinking water. The behavior change has been phenomenal, and we'll see that probably from the results of the evaluation. Yeah, these are some of the outcome level results from the WASH implementation. I just want to say Gikuriro assisted the community health clubs to build or have a basic sanitation. Approximately 280,000, more than that, had basic sanitation privately owned, and that covers 1.4 million people across the 8 districts. And this is the improvement on access to basic sanitation from baseline to endline. And that's what we mean by basic sanitation, actually bringing people taking through the ladders, the sanitation ladder, so that the latrines, the quality is improved, and the utilization also increased. And we did some adaptation in terms of creating access and disability inclusion in WASH sector. So we also worked in the schools, in school sanitation facilities. That's a typical structure in schools where Gikuriro constructed. I think mayors can say a few things about that later. Hand washing is another important area under WASH. I think this thing is important, although the technology needs some change. That's our recommendation moving forward. But I think over 156,000 households now own the hand washing facilities. And hand washing increased from baseline, from 16% to 24%. And I think one of the ingredients and inputs for hand washing is having access to soap. And so Gikuriro trained local the CHCs basically to produce liquid soap in each sector, and then promote it, use themselves, and also sell. So that was a very important input. We did also hand washing facilities in schools, and and then this is what Jude was saying earlier, the COVID response, basically, supporting health facilities to have hand washing stations. And so some of the behavior change that also goes in hand washing and hygiene, including home, cleaning the house, the compound, and all those are part of the SBC inputs. For the other is access to clean water. We are so grateful again to USAID for giving us additional resources into 2018, and that helped us reach or establish more than 500 community water supply systems, including boreholes and water springs and water systems, actually extending and water kiosks. And these are the type of boreholes, and in a few places, actually in 2 places, we had submersible boreholes, which is an innovation. That's again, access to clean water. Gikuriro supported over 345,000 people actually to have better access. And so these are part of the infrastructure and establishment we had. That's from Ruhango. This is, the mayor is here, our friend. We inaugurated this water kiosk in Nyanza, stretching about 14, 15 kilometers, but along the way, the villages had water kiosks. And that one is Ms. Leslie Marbury inaugurating the one in Ruhango, actually. So this is another scheme, water springs. We did that. I think we also worked on water quality improvement, introducing technology, SNV coordinated that, training people actually, and also test, the water quality tests, particularly at source level. So the point is, most of these are addressing water quality at source, and then these are the distribution of the water points across the districts. If you you like, but also what access to clean water at point of use. Gikuriro also did contribute to improvement of access to clean water by distribution of the life straw. You will see some of these materials during the exhibition. And this one, the jerrycan, it also had a phenomenal contribution because, you know, it can be a good source, but you fetch water, you bring it, and then you contaminate. Contamination at household level is also likely. So this tapped jerrycan, we distributed over 96,000 to 96,000 families, and that improved. And also the food hygiene and all that was part of it. We see, I think this is a very important indicator also, diarrheal disease for among under 5 children reduced from 22%, and that's from the result. However, our internal survey, the beneficiary survey, shows even much lower or higher reduction, which is 10%, from 23% to 10%. That's from last year, actually. So the beneficiary level is much higher, but this is a population level reduction of diarrheal disease. I just want to, this is a new result about the use of water filter. We collaborated with Emory University and University of Colorado. I know Dr. Anita, you are aware of that. We visited your office actually during the inception. And so this was a 15 months randomized controlled trial in Rwanda, Ghana, where we distributed the water filter to households and control. And it's a really, this result came last week actually. It's a very remarkable reduction in detectable E. coli, 20% reduction over 15 months. But more striking is the diarrheal disease prevalence, 51% reduction compared to the non-users. So, and this is introduced into community-based environmental health promotion program itself. And so the facilitators, they are the ones monitoring, they are the ones following up, and this is really a tremendous result that needs probably scaling up moving forward. Just quickly, again, this table shows the key indicators. I have only one, the LOP, which is a life of project indicators against results or achievements. And as you know, Gikuriro is a very complex program. And actually, I will pause here and I will welcome Leslie Marbury to the podium, to the high table. Leslie, you are most welcome. Leslie is a mission director, USAID mission director for Rwanda, and we are so pleased to have you. Thank you. Yes. So these are the indicators, the key indicators from the cooperative agreement, basically. As you might know, there are so many indicators, over 60. However, only a few are cooperative agreement indicators. From what you see here, over 50% of these indicators surpassed, exceeded the expectation, exceeded the results. A few shy, for instance, women dietary diversity 5.5. However, this is from, again, beneficiary survey. I know the population level is different from this. From beneficiary survey, we had 5.4, just shy. But many are on target, or Gikuriro exceeded many of the results. I think this is probably second to my last slide. And I just wanted to talk about the documentation adaptation during implementation. I can say Gikuriro fully adopted the USAID's collaborating, adapting, learning, and adapting mechanism. And throughout the implementation, we had non-stop learning desire, and we did documentation, and also used the results from the surveys and from the assessments 2 plans, actually, successive annual plans. So most of our annual plans are informed by the data we had from our own monitoring system as well as the surveys. Just wanted to a few activities. For instance, we had every year a beneficiary survey, which helped us track our outcome level indicators. Apart from the midterm, baseline, and endline, we wanted to track also internally. So that was helpful, and we used the results. We also had piloted the ICT application. We did some research with using ICT for social behavior change, is enhancing the behavior adoption, positive behavior, and all that, which is the case, and we launched it based on the pilot study. What we did, we reached more households, over 20,000 households for 2 months, for instance, complementary feeding behavior. And also we used that technology during the COVID lockdown just to reach beneficiaries. I think we did also good beneficiary accountability. I think at CRS, this is close to our heart. We have multiple accountability lines. We are accountable to our donors, we are accountable to the government, the host government, and we are accountable to the beneficiaries. And based on that, we also check the satisfaction level of beneficiaries every year, and we use that for programming. Many formative research, of course, baseline, midterm, and then, so all these are helped us for decision making. However, we also appreciate the contribution from chain, the learning, the ongoing learning process from chain and other partners funded by US government. And yeah, so I think as you see some of these materials on this, you'll see on the display as we go for gallery work shortly, but these are some of the reports from internal and external studies and some of the tools. I just want to show this tool, particularly this is a giant scoreboard, which we use in districts to track some of the indicators, the performance of indicators. Let's say gross monitoring participation at community level. And that's a community mobilization tool as well, in a way. So we're so happy about that. The last slide I have lessons learned and challenges. I can have many slides, but I just limited myself to only one. The lessons we learned, the joint planning in collaboration with districts and stakeholders, number one. I think we learned so much in terms of aligning our priorities with the priorities of the district, priorities of the government of Rwanda. That has been central to what we have done. Every year we had a planning session in the districts. We take a day or two having workshop to collaborate to see and you know, have a joint action plan, basically. So that's number one. Accountability, I already talked about that. The other, probably you can say challenge or lesson, is integration and sequencing of services. You know, we have different components of services. How do you integrate at household level, at even service providers level? What do you do? How do you layer one after another? How do you sequence which service should come? And ultimately, you are working against time. You know, within the time frame, how do you maximize results by combining the different interventions? So there are challenges. We learned a lot, but we are much better than we used to be at the beginning. And part of the learning is because of our close collaboration again with NCDP and also the guidance we received from USAID, the technical team. I think that has been inspirational. I think geographic and beneficiary targeting needs multi-sectoral discussion and clear definition. I think the starting point should be, who are you going to target and where and what package? I think it should be really need-based initially, and also there should be a way you attract participants, program participants, so that you don't dump on them. No matter how nice your service might look, but they have to be convinced. So that maturation and targeting strategy is very important in programs like this one. Coordination structure, I think that's also very important, focusing on long-term commitment. I think the DPM for instance, the DPM structure, we worked very closely. We worked with the washboard very closely. We worked so that they have the ownership and they take the lead in resource mobilization, in planning, in joint monitoring. They did so much. But again, it takes also more time and more effort, and that's something we learned. I think the economic strengthening social protection is critical in nutrition programming. The SILK program, the CRS Silk approach, the methodology we used, it helped us as entry point in so many, in fact, unforeseen results, including the empowerment of the participant, the self-reliance, basically, at household level, the changing the decision-making dynamics at household level. Women taking chance and taking, gaining resource and having economic values in that. In that is very important. But even for the sake of having more resources, I think social protection is very important. I think including nutrition and WASH indicators into Imihigo was another lesson we learned. We want to recognize the mayors who are here and also online and other colleagues for working closely actually over the last several years so that some of the soft indicators, soft components are also considered in the Imihigo. Initially, it was not easy, to say, let's say, how many children were measured, how many, all those are intangible per se. And now, gradually, those are part of the Imihigo, and that increases the chance of collaboration and coordination and efficiency in resource utilization. Last but not least, I think moving forward, I think it's good always to have evidence on weighted effect of different interventions. I think we have several packages, several interventions, but it's good in terms of resource and efficiency moving forward, which component is bringing what level of results and over what time. I think that knowledge, introducing some like RCT type of study into future programming, I think that would be excellent. So, in conclusion, I want to extend my acknowledgement, I think on behalf of CRS and the partners and the team, I just want to say thank you to USAID Rwanda. Thank you, Mission Director, Leslie Mabry. Thank you, we really appreciate your leadership. I want to take this opportunity to recognize the technique, not only the financial resource support, but also the technical leadership from your team. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to Silver Karumba and Nicole, who are the AOR and alternate AOR, but also other team members who are not here even. I want to recognize Mary DeBoer at this point, who was part of the design and who pushed us through all this time, and the health office team entirely, and also economic growth office team. That collaboration really helped us move forward and bring some results. And I want to say thank you to Dr. Anita, the NCDP. Since the inception, since you came on board, we've been very much motivated. A few visits we did together, and all the meetings we had together, it's been inspirational. We wanted to deliver on our commitments, and your assistance and support, the motivation you gave us, it helped us walk the journey and successfully. And also your team. I want to say thank you to Alexei, Freya, and all other team members. Thank you so much. We want to recognize the inputs and value added by Ministry of Health. I think IRB, people who are not here, not IRB, I want to say RBC colleagues, particularly the MCCH colleagues, they've been with us, and we worked together from day one. And Dr. Felix is, I thought he was here today, and his team. the contribution on annual campaigns and the maternal child day celebrations and all, that has been tremendous. Mininfra, we want to recognize the contribution. We work together again. WASAC, particularly through the washboard establishment and developing SOP, we worked very closely, and also with the infrastructure development. At district leadership, I want to say thank you to all the mayors present here and also online, also the district executive administrators, and the vice mayors and health directors. Thank you so much. The partners who part of this journey, I want to take once again this opportunity to say thank you to all the implementing partners I mentioned at the beginning in SNV here present. We also want to say thank you to health facilities, health centers, and health, the district hospitals. We worked so closely with them, so I want to recognize their contribution. Sector leadership, sale level volunteers, chain partners, schools, program participants, and also the Gikuriro team. I want to say thank you on behalf of these beautiful Rwandan children. And I think together we put some efforts to make their future much better. Thank you so much. Murakoze cyane.
Thank you, Alemayehu. Thank you for putting there the positive impact that Gikuriro had on the beneficiaries, especially young mothers and children. We are now going out to visit the exhibition stands where we have, it's just a sample. We need to abide to COVID guidelines. It will give us a sense on what we have on the field. From the first stand, it's mostly the documentation side where we have materials. Feel free to grab whatever pique your interest. And then we will visit the nutrition stand, agriculture, silk, and then the wash. So you can walk around, and we need to respect COVID instructions. So I think we will start with the high table and go visit the stands, and the other colleagues can follow, but please respect the distancing, keep on your mask, and if you touch something, we have sanitizers along the way. Thank you. For the colleague following online, for the sake of registration, please put your name and institution and position in the chat box so we can have a sense of who was present and the participation. Thank you. So we will have around 20 minutes to visit the stands, then we'll come back and have some testimonies. Thank you.
Nitwa Magnifique Beatrice. Nitwa Magnifique Beatrice ndi umujyanama w'ubuzima. Hanyuma ibi ni ibiribwa bidufasha gutegura indyo yuzuye yo guha abana bato munsi y'imyaka 5 kugira ngo tubarinde imirire mibi, indwara y'imirire mibi.
So these are different ingredients for nutrition we make for children.
Ibi bishyimbo bikungahaye ku butare bigira na feri. Hanyuma iyi ni soya, ibi ni ibiribwa biva muri soya, ibi ngibi. Hanyuma soya nizo zizi.
So as you know, soy is good for protein, so this is the seeds. So soy, but these are products from the soy.
Ntabwo ari gusa bivamo, havamo n'amata, amata duha abana.
Also the milk from soy.
Muri bya bihingwa duhinga iwacu dukoramo n'amaji. Iyo tutabahaye amata tubaha n'amaji bakanywa. Iyi ni beterave, iyi ni imyembe.
This is beetroot and this is mango juice from our villages.
Twabyigiye mu ishuri mbonezamirire. Twishyize hamwe dukora itsinda ryo kurwanya imirire mibi, ari ryo shuri mbonezamirire. Icyo dukora cya mbere tubanza kwandika, kubarura abana bo mu mudugudu wacu. Banditsemo. Iyo tumaze kubabarura
ibishyimbo by'ubutare iyo mu bireba mu bitandukanya gute n'ibindi, mbese abantu bamenya gute ko byafite bikungahaye mu butare?
Biratandukanye, uburyo biteyemo biratandukanye. Hari ibindi byabyo bahinga bisanzwe ariko byo aba ari birebire, naho turiya
tubari tugufi. Ababyeyi murabasobanurira bakaba babizi kugira ngo najya gushaka imbuto yo gutera ashake ibi ngibi.
Ariko iriya mbuto nyine twayihawe na Gikuriro, ntabwo ubusanzwe twe dusanzwe tubifite, twahingaga imbuto zisanzwe.
Ariko ubu mufite imbuto mushobora kuzakomezanya n'ubwo Gikuriro isoje?
Yego turayifite, duhereye no kuri biriya. Hanyuma iyo tumajije
how they tell the iron rich bean from the non-iron rich bean. And she explained that when they look at it, they know the difference.
These are much smaller.
And they are much shorter beans, while they look alike, but and then they have the seeds for the continuity. So now what they plant is iron rich.
Iyo tumaze kubabarura, twarababaruye nyine tubazana mu itsinda tubapima ibiro dukoresheje
So we use the weighing scale. So this stand is also to look at the nutrition status.
Nyuma bakagaragaza amabara umwana arimo, umutuku, umuhondo, icyatsi kibisi. Ntabwo ari gusa dukoresha, hano dufite n'umusambi dukoresha igitsina gore, igitsina gabo. Duhera ku mezi 3 tukageza ku mezi 18.
This helps to visualize the stand.
Iyi shusho idufasha gukurikirana umwana mu mikurire ye ndetse no kurwanya igwingira ry'umwana.
So it helps you to visualize whether a child is stunted or not. So it's a tool we use at the village level.
Tugeze rero ibyo dutegura iyo turimo dutekera abana iwacu muri bya tsinda. Umubyeyi ufite umwana agomba kwiyegereza ibi biribwa.
fibers up to the proteins. Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about the clock?
hano murahabona isaha iyi saha turayiregera ikadufasha kugaburira umwana wacu neza mu gihe gikwiriye kandi akabona ibimugenewe. Igihe cyo kumugaburira iyo kigeze iyi saha irasona. Iyo isonye umubyeyi ahita amenya neza ko igihe cyo kugabura umwana kigeze gute kigeze, agahita amenya itagiye gukorera umwana. Iyi saha nayo iratuyobora.
So this is a clock that helps as a reminder for the parents. So every time it rings when it is time for the child to eat.
Dr. Yvonne, this question is for you, not for us. If people want to buy that clock, where do they find it?
Okay, so
there are many parents who would like to have something guiding them how to feed their baby.
Yeah, so actually the first step was to design the nudge and then test the prototype, if it's acceptable and if it's scalable.
Yeah.
That one we already tested and it has proven that it's effective and it's scalable. So now we were at the stage where we can link whoever wants to the supplier. This model, the one we use, we had a supplier from China. So in the next opportunity, we are giving it to either government of Rwanda or USAID to use it as a model that is scalable. So it's out there. Whoever will be having the next opportunity can use that.
So you bought them for some parents? You purchased some and distributed?
Yeah, what we purchased was for the testing, the piloting and the testing. We didn't.
Someone in private sector who would make them and sell them.
Partnerships will come up in the next opportunity. Because Gikuriro tested it, it works, people have adopted it, then now it can be scaled. Through Gikuriro, we've been able to see that it can work.
It can work, yes. There is the clock, but there is also photograph. The feeding chart, the feeding chart was also tested, and it also produced results. You have the food groups, you have the meal frequency, and also the sensitization to continue breastfeeding and the complementary feeding. And this part is where the family will work. At the beginning of the day, all the slides are on red. So they should be there on red, and every day the family that has fed the child, if they fed this group, then they slide to green. If they fed the vegetable, they slide to green. If they fed this, they slide. And at the end of the day, they evaluate which food groups, because they know they should at least give 4 to 5 all the groups. And then tomorrow they can know, we did this, let's plan for tomorrow. So this also was tested. Yes. And the good is that some families, even the neighbors came to check. The neighbors came to check which food groups they did, and it's helping both households that were where we were testing the intervention, and also the neighbors. So all the two are available to being scaled. Of course, the clock is more expensive than this one. Thank you.
muri rya tsinda ryacu ababyeyi twateranye ntabwo twicara gusa mu gihe bamwe batetse abandi tuba turi mu bukorikori tuboha buno buseke tukaboha amasharupe imyenda y'abana dufite n'amamashini tudoda imyenda ntabwo tuba twicaye ubusa ni ibi dukora mu gihe dutekeye abana bamwe batetse natwe turimo tugenda dukora ibi ngibi
These are some of the life skills. These are the products that the groups make, and it helps them to generate some income. So after they complete them, they sell them and get the income from what they are doing.
So these were introduced, actually let me give the background. Yeah. In the VNS, once they have rehabilitated the children they have in the group or in the village, at one stage they come to the group only for nutrition education and also for cooking demonstration. But we notice, Alemayu mentioned the adaptability. We notice that after a certain number of months, when they have finished to rehabilitate, they don't have malnourished children anymore, the motivation to come back to the group start getting to get lost. So we introduce life skills. They learn skills. So once they finish for nutrition education, they can do something that bring them together, and then which can be beneficial and generate income. So some groups do handicraft. They do this. There are many. Some are on the other side. You can see, and that maintain them together. In addition to the nutrition benefits.
So they also boost the saving groups.
The saving groups as well, yeah. Yes, and sometimes what they gain from this, they can buy animal source food to use in the cooking demonstration in the group.
Very good.
dukomeze rero mugenzi wanjye ababwira uko twagiye twubaka uturima tw'igikoni twiteza imbere kugira tubone uko dufasha abantu.
Njyewe ndi umujyanama w'ubuhinzi. Kera umujyi baravuga ngo ntibazi guhinga ntibishoboka. Ubu ni uburyo twagiye twiga bwo kugira ngo abantu babone imboga batiri batanga amafaranga. Rero witwa umurima w'amasikariye. Ubu ngubu hano habamo imboga z'amoko yose. Washaka kwimuka, uyu ni umurima mbese w'abantu badafite ubutaka. Baravuga ngo nahinga gute ejo nzimuka. Uyu murima niyo ugiye kwimuka urawutera ukawushyira mu modoka ukawujyana aho ugiye. Bigatuma turwanya imirire mibi mu bana n'abantu bakuru. Hari n'ibindi hano duhinga imboga z'amoko menshi. Turahinga dodo, amasereri, amapuwaro kugira ngo turwanye imirire mibi mu bana bato n'intwinja. Ukaba ari umurima wo mu kirere kandi w'ubutaka butoya. Ntufata umwanya munini. Ushobora guhinga ku rukuta, ushobora guhinga mu gikari, kandi wajya kwimuka ugaterura umurima wawe ukawimukana. Bigatuma aho utuye nta nzara nta n'imirire mibi. Washaka kurungisha byose, urumva? Ubu washaka kugenda nkaka wateruka buti ndagiye. Ukakajyana, urabona harimo ibirungisho, ibitunguru. Abanyamujyi muzi ko barya ibintu byinshi cyane. Ibi ni ibirungisho, ibitunguru, amasereri, ya mafaranga twajyanaga mu isoko kubera dufite amatsinda yo kwizigama. Tuyashyira iwacu, ari ukurya, ari uguha abaturage, ariko cyane cya gikoni cy'umudugudu ntitujya guhaha hanze. Tukayikura mu murima wacu, tukereka buri wese ko atavuga ngo ntafite ubutaka. Aka ni akantu gatwara ubutaka buke cyane. Wahashinga n'akandi ukabona imirire baye myiza mu bana, mu bantu bakuru, tukarwanya bwacyo aho dutuye kandi tukaba n'abakungu.
Twabereka namwe mu matungo Gikuriro yaduhaye mu rwego rwo kugira ngo twunganire ya mirire, aho baduhaye amatungo, baduha inkwavu, batworoza n'inkoko ndetse batworoza n'ingurube. Rero turi amwe mu matsinda yabashije guhuza ibyo bintu kugira ngo bihoreho mu buzima bwayo, kugira ngo ka gatungo kagufi yabaduhaye kunganire ya mirire yavuyemo hano mwizi mboga, kandi tubone n'iyi ifumbire ivamo hano tukayishyira mu karima k'igikoni, ka karima k'igikoni nako ibi ntago bipfa ubusa iyo ibi bishaje tukabizanamo hano gutyo kandi tukaza kubona itungo rikaza kunganira cya gikoni cyacu. Ibi rero twabikoze mu rwego rwo kugira ngo turwanye imirire mibi, ariko noneho ubu byageze naho biba umushinga kuko amatungo baduhaye twayahurije hamwe tugeraho ubu ngubu dufite inkwavu 380, dufite n'ingurube baduhaye twagiye tuzihuza mu matsinda. Nko mu itsinda mbamo dufite ingurube 8 kandi n'andi matsinda aho agiye ari naho nuko bimeze. Byarenze rero inkono yacu biba ibyo byana n'ibyaduteza imbere no dukoramo n'umushinga uduha amafaranga.
They receive small livestock from Gikuriro, and they share within the group to support them with nutrition, and it's like integrated. What the livestock support nutrition, but also what they are growing all together. Now they went beyond the nutrition. They went for business. Okay. They put together. Now the group has they receive pig. Now as a group they have 8 pigs. Each they shed out. Each one has already, but as a group they have 8, and they have also a business for rabbits, where they have 200 rabbits today, and they sell. Beyond the nutrition value, it's the economic. Yes, maybe I'm coming back to the lady who said this is especially a group from urban areas, right, and not the urban tending toward the outside there, very urban. Okay. Like Gitega, Nyarugenge, on the place where they are renting and they move a lot. So this vertical garden help that they can move with it. You know, the basin, the small buckets, they can have it, and also city people, according to what she says, city people like to eat well, spices, and so they make them and they can sell to people, use in their own group, but also sell to the city market.
These are some of the techniques promoted according to different geographical locations. There are many others which can be adapted according to the availability of space, the arable space, or according to the agro-climatic conditions. Yeah.
Iyo turya ibiryo ibishyimbo muzi ko bikungahaye ku butare. Izi mbuto ubu ni ingemwe Gikuriro yaduhaye kugira ngo abana bacu bagire imikurire n'abasaza. Ntacyo Gikuriro itakoze, tuhora tuyishima. Ibi bijumba nabyo rero ni bya bijumba bifite vitamine C, nayo imbuto ni Gikuriro yaduhaye. Aho dutuye tukabazamura bagasanga imirire mibi mu Rwanda rwacu yarahagaze. Abana abasaza twaratese izi mbuto ntabwo zirya abana gusa, natwe tukuze turya tubikesha ati umushinga wa Gikuriro dutera inkunga.
Just to add that Gikuriro promoted these 3 types of fruit trees: passion fruit, tomato tree, and papaya, because they have a short production cycle. They can start producing in 1 year. Yeah, the beneficiary can start having fruits to feed his children. Yeah.
Murakoze. Twebwe turi itsinda ryo kuzigama no kugurizanya. Iki ni cyo gitabo cyacu dukoreramo. Tugira ubwitabire, tukagira ingoboka, tukagira ubwizigame. Ni kino gitabo kigizwe n'ibitabo 8. Tukagira n'amategeko agenga itsinda ryacu. Tukagira
The first book is the book where they record the members and the contributions. They have different parts, accounting system to monitor each one saving. That one is the rule and regulations of the group.
The governance.
Yes.
Very good. The governance.
Dufiteho amafaranga 602 n'ibihumbi 173. Ibitabo byacu n'uduceri dukeya dusagutse hano tugashyiramo uduceri tw'ingoboka ubwizigame n'uduceri dusagutse ku ngoboka tugashyira mu gakesi. Haba hariho ingufuri 3 kugira ngo ibitabo byacu bibe bibitse neza.
So they have the small pockets to use for coins.
Okay.
Some of them are for social contribution to use among them, and the other one is for saving. Yeah, so they put in, and they have 3 lockers and key with 3 different people for more accountability.
A lot of accountability.
Gamye twahise tuyashora muri ibi byose mubona dukora amasupra ya namashuka supra z'amasaro amasakoshi.
So the money saved, they do some common business.
Okay.
And they are doing the mats, the underplates, the bed sheets, and they sell them.
The groups will continue after Gikuriro?
Arimo arababaza none ko Gikuriro igiye gufunga mwe muzakomeza?
Ya tuzakomeza aho tugeze ni kure cyane tuzakomeza. N'izi nkweto nizo dukora. Bamwe muri twebwe twize kubikora turaza tubyigisha abagenzi bacu mu itsinda. Ni twebwe tubyikorera dufite ubwizigame buhagije kandi turateganya no gukomeza. Dukora ni made in Rwanda y'intebe.
They make shoes, they make bags, and they make they make them themselves, and the shoes, and also the chairs, and yeah.
And this is coming from different silks and different districts?
This one mainly is from Nyarugenge. These are the products from Nyarugenge. If you go to different groups, you will find different things.
Sure.
Yes, yeah.
It's market driven. This is very urban.
Very urban.
So these are urban saving groups?
Yes, urban saving groups. Yeah, you see they have all their own wedding, they have technology.
They receive a list of people who want to buy today and after today. They got a market from here today.
Twatangiye no gucuruza twebwe kubera ko turi ubukungu amafaranga twayabitse. Imashini zidufasha gukora biriya bintu tukadoda n'imyenda. Ya niyo twungutse twatsinze. Dufite n'izindi mashini 2 tutabashije kuzana hano n'indi dufasha gukora inkweto n'idufasha kuboha imipira.
They were the best performing, then they were awarded a sewing machine, but with the business, now they bought 2 more. They have 3 sewing machines within their own group.
So they're coming with private sector, local private sector.
And the machine to make shoes. Yes, and the machine to make shoes, they bought it.
Kazagera no mu mbibi zo hanze mu bindi bihugu.
Nitwa Nyiraneza Marceline, nkaba naje mpagarariye kerebe y'ubuzima n'isuku muri Kicukiro.
naje kubereka ibikoresho by'isuku n'isukura twahuguwe n'umushinga wa Gikuriro mu gukora ibikoresho by'isuku birimo isabune, birimo udutanda tw'amasahane, kandagira ukarabe, hari n'iz'abafite ubumuga hariya twakoze aho ngaho inyuma. They have learned in the CHC, they were able to do the business of producing soap.
Wow.
And they are also doing the drying rack and the hand washing station, and behind the hand washing station for people with disability.
Sure.
This is their own initiative. It's not, we didn't teach them. So within they saw the need and they design. Yeah.
Their own adaptation.
Hano hari umuti tumena muri toilette kugira ngo impumuro mbi ivemo. Uyu turawukora. Uyu ni umuti woza amakaro ku bayafite. Iyi ni isabune ifura ikanakoropeshwa mu nzu. Iyi ni iyo dushyira kuri kandagira ukarabe tugasukura intoki. Iyi nta mpumuro igira, ni yoza amasahane n'ibirahuri. Aka ni agakoresho ka filitire dushyiramo amazi kahawe abanyamuryango ba CREB, abaturage bacu. Aka ni So she's explaining different variety of soaps they use. Some are for cleaning the floors, where you have tiles. Some are for the toilets, and some are for washing clothes and dishes with different. For example, the one for washing dish doesn't have a smell.
Okay,
that is smell. They don't put the smell. So there are different products that they make and they use and they sell.
And they're selling it. Okay.
Yeah. The water filter they receive from Gikuriro. These are the live straw we were talking about. We were talking about there. Yeah. So they, on the studies we did with the University of Emory, and then we gave to some of the beneficiaries, not all of them, because the means, they are quite expensive. Yeah,
about $35 actually. I mean, you can find in market actually in Kigali, but $30 to $35 US dollars per piece. Yeah.
Aka gatanda k'amasahani rero isuku ntago yagarukiye mu gukaraba no gukora isuku gusa aho dutuye no ku myenda. Twabonye mu kikoni ariho ubuzima bushingiye. Dukora aka gatanda k'amasahane kugira ngo umuntu niyoza amasahane ayatereke ku zuba yumuke adakoresheje suiveseri, kuko suiveseri abenshi zabatera indwara kuko isuku yazo iragora. So the drying rack, they use it for drying izi kandagira ukarabe nazo twatangiye no kuzikoresha COVID itaraza. Izi twarazikoraga tukaziha abaturage. Ubundi umuntu akandagiraho, dushyiraho isabune gutya tugakaraba. Muri bya bihe 8 dukarabamwe intoki. Turabanza tugatosa intoki, twamara kuzitosa tugashyiraho isabune, warangiza ukagira utya mu kiganza imbere ugahindukiza n'inyuma. Muri bya bihe 8 umuntu akarabamwe intoki, warangiza ukagira utya ukazamura hano ku maboko ugashyira mu nzara ukahakaraba neza, ugakaraba intoki zigacya ukazunyuguza cyane ku buryo ugenda uzamura uganisha aha haruguru, ukumutsa intoki utya ushyize gutya kugira ngo wa mwanda wasigaye ku maboko udasubira mu ntoki ukongera gufata mikorobe. Explaining and washing steps and the 8 critical times where they should wash. wash, and she explained that the hand washing station, they were making them already even before COVID, and when COVID came, those were even more useful to fight COVID, to prevent COVID infection. So they sell them, they make them sell.
Dufite abanyamuryango babikora ibi byose. Noneho iyi ngiyi hari umuntu ufite ubumuga bw'ingingo bw'amaguru. Iyo aje gukaraba ahita agira atya ashyira mu gasumari ashoboye kugezamo bitewe n'amazi arimo. Agafatisha hano amazi akaza agakaraba neza yarangiza kongera akagakuraho. Iyi ngiyi rero hari
for those who have no members, and they can use the hands, and they will fix according to the nails that they put where they can reach.
Hari abatabona ubushobozi rero bwo kubona iyi ngiyi ukora mu cyuma. Dukora izi ngizi akaza kuyifata nawe yo umuntu ayikandagiraho arya. Biterwa nanone n'amazi washyizemo kuko aka kajerekani gafite umwenge hano, ugatereka ibase hariya n'isabune hano ugakaraba iwawe nta kibazo. Kandi muri ibyo byose twifashisha iki? Buri munyamuryango aba afite hano ifishi akoresha. Ifishi aba ayifite iriho n'ibyigwa bya kerepe.
So this is the material we use within the CRS-Rwanda program. Each member has his own file form, form, and they use that for the different sessions that they have learned, and they can monitor and see which member finished the whole course or if which member didn't, and they can know how to come back to the sessions.
Tukagira n'igitabo nyamukuru tubigishirizamo ibyigwa byose bisobanutse. N'ibi ngibi nari ndangije.
So all these are the material, the modules that they use. There is a module for the facilitator. There is the module for the participants. I think they have also some ointments they make as produce from the CHC, and they can sell. They can use and sell. Urakoze cyane.
Bene nibagiye kubabwira ko dukora nayo mafuta.
Sawa mafuta.
Thank you. Facilitator.
Please come. Wihangane turangize interview bayitanga kandi. We forgot to put the step. Nimugaruke twongere dutangire. Yeah. Thank you again for being here with us, celebrating Gikuriro impact on the beneficiary lives. Let's now hear from the beneficiaries themselves. We'll have just testimonies from beneficiaries. We'll have also from mayors. I think we have here the mayor of Nyanza district, where Gikuriro implemented wash interventions. We have the vice mayor economic affairs from Kayonza, where we implemented nutrition and wash. We will have also a testimony from one of the local implementers on behalf of others as well, giving a testimony. So let's quickly have a testimony from the beneficiaries. Ubwo muragerageza muduhe ubuhamya bwanyu mu minota mikeya kugira ngo ducunguze uburyo umwete.
Murakoze. Ndabanza kubaramutsa mwese bashyitsi mwese muteraniye hano. Nitwa Magnifique Beatrice, ndi umujyanama w'ubuzima. Naturutse mu mudugudu wa Kibande, akagari ka Gako, umurenge wa Masaka, akarere ka Kicukiro. Muri make ndashimira leta y'u Rwanda, ndashimira Westside na Gikuriro, ndashimira CRS, ndashimira Duhame Kadiri, ndashimira abafatanyabikorwa bose babanye natwe badufasha mu buryo bwose bushoboka bwo kwiteza imbere. Muri make mu itsinda mbamo aho ngaho mbabwiye naturutse, turi itsinda ry'abantu 30. Twatangiye abajyanama b'ubuzima tubarura abana bo mu mudugudu. Tumaze kubabarura tumenya abari bo, duhabwa amahugurwa na Gikuriro. Twarahuguwe turi ingeri zitandukanye, hahuguwe abajyanama b'ubuzima, hahuguwe abajyanama b'ubuhinzi, hahugurwa abafashamyumvire b'amatsinda, hahuguwe inzego z'ibanze. Abo bose nitwe twafatanyije turiyegeranya twikora itsinda ryo kurwanya imirire mibi mu mudugudu. Muri rya barura twakoze ryo kubarura abana bo munsi y'imyaka 5, tubapima ibiro, tubapima miwake, ari umuzenguruko w'ikizigira, twasanzemo abana bafite imirire mibi. Abo bana bafite imirire mibi harimo n'abandi barimo basatira kujya muri iyo mirire mibi, harimo abana b'ababyeyi bo mu cyiciro cya mbere. Abo iyo miryango yose twarayegeranyije tuyihuriza mu itsinda aryo ryitwa ishuri mbonezamirire. Babajyanama b'ubuhinzi badufashije kubaka uturima tw'igikoni. Twaturima tw'igikoni tudufasha gufasha abana. Babana tumaje kubabona twababumbiye muri iryo tsinda duhera ko dutangira urugendo rwo kubatekera indyo yuzuye. Ibyo twabihuguriwe na Gikuriro, ni yaduhuguye. Itwigisha uburyo umwana umutekera indyo yuzuye ari mu mirire mibi akayivamo. Nanjye mwumvishije ko twari dufite abana 4 barwaye imirire mibi, n'abandi basatiraga kwijyamo. Ariko twabatekeye iminsi 12 yo kubondora, abana barakira, bamera neza, ababyeyi babo barishima, natwe turanezererwa. Ndi mu bantu bagize uruhare runini cyane kandi rukomeye rwo gufasha iryo shuri. Nabaye umufashamyumvire, ndavuga ngo ntabwo twatekera abana gusa, dushyiraho amatsinda kuko twe twarabihuguriwe, dufatanya n'abafashamyumvire bayo, turabashyigikira, turafatanya, dushyiraho itsinda ryo kuzigama no kugurizanya, tworora amatungo magufi, dukora ubukorikori butandukanye. Ibyo byose twabifashijwemo na Gikuriro. Mu mudugudu wacu twakoze ibintu birenze, tuba indashyikirwa kugera ku rwego rw'uko Gikuriro yaduhembye amafaranga miliyoni y'amanyarwanda. Noneho turaguka pe, turishima. Muri iryo tsinda ryacu ryo kuzigama no kugurizanya, kubera ibyo twakoragamo, tworoje b'abanyamuryango, tubigisha uko bazajya bizigama, biteza imbere, ibyo babuze bakabibona bakoresheje bwa bwizigame. Naho baradusuye, babona twabikoze neza nk'uko babiduhuguriye. Iryo tsinda ryacu naryo ryarahembwe ibihumbi 150. Umushinga wacu turawagura kugeza kuri uyu munsi, tumeze neza, dufite amamashini adoda, dufite ababyeyi bazi kuboha ubuseke, hariya mwabubonye, ababyeyi barakangutse, twigiyemo byinshi cyane muri iryo tsinda. Ntabwo ari ibyo gusa, twarakomeje dukora itsinda ry'isuku n'isukura ariyo kerebe, twibumbira hamwe, turigishanya, turamenyana, tumenya icyo gukora, tumenya ko isuku ari ingenzi. Muri ya ndyo yuzuye twatekeraga abana, twabikoranaga isuku, kuko isuku niyo badutoje muri byose, niyo badutoje mbere. Twigiramo uko umuntu asukura ibyo kurya, twigiramo uko umuntu asukura aho atuye, twigiramo uko umuntu asukura ubwiherero, twigiramo ibintu byinshi, uko umuntu akora akandagira ukarabe mu rugo yoroheje ku rwego rwe kandi agakaraba agacya. Ibyo byose rero twabigezeho kubera Gikuriro yadufashije n'abafatanyabikorwa bose bafatanyije. Mu mudugudu wacu rero, mu mudugudu wacu twageze kuri byinshi kandi byiza, tubifashijwemo na Leta y'u Rwanda ndetse n'abafatanyabikorwa twakomeje tuvuga, kuko ibikorwa byose twagiye dukora twebwe birivugira. Twageze mu rwego rw'uko dusurwa n'uturere 8 two mu Rwanda tuje kureba ibyo dukora. Ni ukuvuga ngo mbese tumaze guhugurwa, ibyo twahuguwe byose twabishyize mu bikorwa bitugirira umumaro. Ni muri urwo rwego rero dushimira abafatanyabikorwa bacu, barimo na Leta y'u Rwanda, harimo CRS, harimo USAID, harimo umuryango nyarwanda, duhame kadiri. Abo bose baradufashije, kandi kugeza kuri uru rwego dukomeje intera, dukomeje intambwe yo gukomeza kwiteza imbere no gukomeza kwifuza kugera aho dushaka kugera. Murakoze cyane kuba mwaduhaye umwanya kandi no kuba mwaduteze amatwi. Murakoze cyane.
Urakoze.
Umwanya mugenzi wanjye.
Mbere yuko avuga reka msemure muri make kuba tumva Ikinyarwanda. So I will not translate literally everything that she said. Basically, she's a community health worker, and she's the community volunteer that supported the groups to function. And she explained all the interventions and all the support they receive, emphasizing on the capacity building and on their own implementation of all aspects, integrated nutrition, agriculture, silk, and wash, and also the collaboration with local government, the collaboration of every level of decentralized level. And they were so well in implementing that they got rewarded. The VNS group got rewarded 150,000 Rwandan francs, and the CHC got rewarded 1 million francs. And all that went back in investing in their own activities and businesses. I think that's what I can say. Ngaho namwe.
Murakoze. Amazina yanjye nitwa Nikuze Immaculée, naturutse mu murenge wa Nyakabanda mu karere ka Nyarugenge, umudugudu wa Kigabiro, nkaba mu kagari ka Munanira ya mbere, nkaba naturutse mu itsinda ryitwa Twiyubake Gikuriro. Umwe mu bagenerwabikorwa w'uwo mushinga, nkaba narasuwe n'umujyanama w'ubuzima, ndi umubyeyi wibera mu rugo, nari mfite umwana urwaye imirire mibi, yari ari mu muhondo, ndetse yambwiraga ko abura agakoni kamwe ngo yinjire mu mutuku. Ubwo yankanguriye kujya mu gikoni cy'imirire, ntangirana no gukora iminsi 12 dutegurira abana ibyo kurya tukabagaburira. Mu by'ukuri si uko mu rugo ntatekaga, ariko ntago nari nzi gutunganya imirire ngo menye kubitegura uko bikwiriye, menye gushyiramo indyo zose zubaka umubiri. Baranyigishije, ubwo ari nako tujya kwitabira buri munsi. Umwana wanjye nagiye kurangiza iyo minsi 12 yarakize, afite ibiro bishimishije. Naje gutaha njya mu rugo nkomeza gushyira mu bikorwa ibyo banyigishije. Haza kuza umujyanama w'ubuhinzi, arambwira ati nubwo bakwigishije, turabizi ko ushobora kuba ubona imboga bikugoye, ubona iyo karoti bikugoye, tuje kukwigisha ukuntu ushobora gukora umurima w'igikoni mu rugo iwawe, nubwo uri umupangayi ukodesha, nubwo nta murima uhari, ariko ushobora guhinga imboga zikera. Baba banyigishije ukuntu kiritaka mu mabase ngashyira mu bijerekani, ntangira guhinga imboga. Nari umupangayi, ariko niyo nimukaga nateruraga bya bikoresho byanjye birimo imboga nkabyimukana. Ubwo baje kunkangurira kujya no mu itsinda ryo kuzigama no kugurizanya, njyayo. Twaheraga ku mugabane muto rwose w'amafaranga 200. Ntangira kwizigama, nahaha nasagura ibyo biceri 200 nkayajyana buri cyumweru. Twari abantu 30 turizigama. Icyiciro cya mbere kuko tutabyumvaga neza twagabanya amafaranga make, ariko dusubiyemo mu cyiciro cya kabiri dushyira ku mafaranga 500 ya buri cyumweru. Noneho turizigama, turitabira, tugabana n'amafaranga ashimishije. Ubwo nibwo twatangiye gutekereza se amafaranga tugabana tuzajya tuyacyura tuyarye tuyarangize nta kintu dukozemo. Ubwo haza umufashamyumvire wo mu PSP aratubwira ati rero mushobora gukora udushinga duto tubyara inyungu kandi tukabageza ahantu kure. Umushinga dutangira kuwukora uciriritse, tugafuma tukaboha, bamwe muri twe bazi kubikora bakatwigisha. Ubwo turakora twiteza imbere, nkajya mbasha no kubona ibinyunganira mu rugo, zandagara nkabasha kuzigura, ya magi nkayagura, mbese umuryango wanjye ukabona indyo yuzuye nk'uko bari barabinyigishije. Ubwo naje kugenda niga umushinga wo gukora inkweto arizo mwabonye hari hanze, ndabimenya, mbyigisha na bagenzi banjye bamwe mu itsinda ubu bamaze kubimenya, turakora twiteza imbere tugera kure cyane. Ubwo nibwo badukanguriye ati rero hari club y'isuku iri mu mudugudu nayo muyitabire. Tuyijyamo, badatubwira ati biriya byose twabigishije nta suku ntacyo byabamarira. Ati mugomba kugira ubwiherero bupfundikiye, mukagira kandagira ukarabe, mukamenya gutegura ibintu bifite isuku. Ubwo nibwo twabikoze, mu mudugudu wacu tuba indashyikirwa, twaje guhembwa muri club y'isuku baduha 300, muri sirike baduha 150, ndetse no mu buhinzi baduha ikigega. Ubwo naje gukomeza ibyo banyigishije mbishyira mu bikorwa, mbikora mbikunze cyane. Gikuririje iwacu babona ko ibintu banyigishije nabyumvishije, bantorera kuba umwaplanti ngo ngende njye mpugura n'abandi. Ubu nsigaye nzenguruka imidugudu yose nigisha abadamu, nkabwira nti muhaguruke, nituzongere kurwaza imirire mibi, nituzongere kubura ubwizigame, mbere ku bushobozi natwe buri muri twebwe. Mu by'ukuri mvuze ibya Gikuriro ntago nabirangiza, ariko ndashima SNV yadufashije, nkashima stress, nkashima leta yacu y'ubumwe batubaye hafi, kandi mbasezeranya ko ibintu twagezeho tutazigera tubireka nubwo umushinga wadusiga ukagenda aho wagarukira cyangwa n'abandi bantu bagaruka kudusura. Ndabizeza ko ibyo twagezeho tuzagumya tukabibungatira, tutazigera tubireka na rimwe, kuko ngewe uhagaze imbere yanyu ibyo nagezeho nkurikije aho umwana wanjye yari ari, nkurikije uko kano kanya ameze, si biteze kumva mu maraso, si ibyo banyigishije ngo bize bihite, nge byancengeye mu maraso. Niyo mpagaze imbere y'ababyeyi mbibabwira numva binteye ishema yo kubivuga. Murakoze.
Urakoze nawe. Thank you. This is a testimony of a beneficiary. So we wanted to have a perspective of community volunteer that support the group, but for her, she's the beneficiary. The entry point was that she had a malnourished child who was in yellow, tending to severe malnutrition. So she was recruited in a Gikuriro group. Based on that, they started rehabilitation, and they were doing cooking demonstration through the VNS. After 12 days rehabilitation, the child was in a better nutrition. And while continuing within the group, they also were taught about the agriculture side, the kitchen garden, how to produce vegetables, as she is living in a inner city where she rented the house. So she did the kitchen garden in container gardens, and she can move with them. And after that, they were also sensitized by the field agent for joining the saving groups. At the beginning, they started with 100 francs a week, and they did. But after the first phase, they had now known the benefits of saving. They increased the saving to 500 a week, and the share out was even better. So after some time, they thought of a project. That's where they started the shoemaking project. She learned how to do it, and she taught the fellow group members, and now the business is going well. She is emphasizing that she worked really, and she learned a lot from that. She can't go back because she has already the skills, and they are aiming to continue and go far. They also join, in the meantime, the CHC group for hygiene and sanitation, because without hygiene, they couldn't achieve those success, and the nutrition status would go back on malnutrition status. So the group was awarded at different times throughout the course of Gikuriro implementation. They first received for CHC 300,000 reward. For the VNS, the following year, they received 150K. And for the agriculture, they were awarded water tanks. And she finalized by thanking everybody and promising that she will sustain, the group will sustain the achievement that they have received. And she said one great thing. Actually, she moved from being a member because she's doing well. She was trained to be an apprentice. An apprentice is somebody who supports the PSPs to enroll other members, community members within the saving groups, teaching them how to save, and also mobilizing the community. So she is now an apprentice, and she has been certified now. And she is thanking everybody, the USAID, CRS, SNV, and the AEE as a local implementer of Gikuriro, and the community health worker is thanking also Duhamika Adri as a local implementer in Kichukiro. Murakoze cyane, ubuhamya bwanyu buratwubatse. Murakoze. A round of applause. Muhite mufata sanitizer kuko mwahererekanye isakaza amajwi. So I would like then to pass the floor to Mayor of Nyanza, Nyakubahwa Mayor. I think you can use this to avoid passing around the mic.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, all protocols observed. As she said, I am Erasmus Hazinda, and I am the mayor of Nyanza district. Just want to share with you the experience of Gikuriro program. As the chief of party mentioned, in Nyanza, Gikuriro program was just implementing the wash part. It started in 2015 and end this year with the implementation agent SNV-Rwanda. Just the key factors of the district. It's located in southern province with 10 sectors, 51 cells, and 420 villages, and it has one district hospital, Nyanza, and 16 health centers with a population of 321 more thousand and more than 76 households. The program covered all sectors or cells or village and was working with the hospital and the health centers within more than 31 households. They were working also with the volunteers, working with the Gikuriro, with the club, health, community health clubs, facilitators, caregivers, water user committees. Some of the achievements of Gikuriro program in Nyanza there was 62 district staff trained and youth representative, 1,680 clubs, community health clubs facilitators, and 36 health providers trained to support the implementation of that program of environment health promotion. There was also 62 clubs, the 62 community clubs were trained on liquid soap production, and 300 members of saving committees. Hey, I think just one comment on this kind of production. I think you are talking about wash impact, but also I think you can also talk about economic impact, because it's income generating activity, and these clubs are just making money with hygiene, but also making money. So I think with the soap production, liquid soap production, but also with that kind of savings groups, they're also having more economic impact than just washing part. Also, we have 225 water users committee trained on effective management, because here we have, we'll see later, the water supply systems that have been constructed. But these committees, they just have to manage themselves the system. Some of achievement of that clubs, there was just more than 10,000, within 32,000 members of clubs, There was a number of new basic latrines constructed, 10,000 more, around 11,000 basic latrines constructed. Home hand washing facility constructed, those kandagira ukarabe at local level, and kitchen racks, kitchen garden, drying ropes, all of this within those clubs have been achieved, and in terms of hygiene, this speaks by itself. They also have an activity done for access to water, to safe water or drinking water. There was 40 water spring constructed and rehabilitated, and all rehabilitated. There was also 16 water kiosks constructed, but this water kiosk recent also the water supply system, which have been extended from the Wasak system with more than 10 kilometers. Also 6 boreholes constructed. The water infrastructure constructed by Gikuriro is serving more than 57,000 beneficiaries in all districts or the sectors. This is a kind of hand washing stations, permanent ones, which have been constructed at health centers levels, and this was just to comply with the COVID-19 measures, which also, as I will appreciate it, is just the dynamism of the program. It was just not static of the activities are not static, but they are adapted to the current situation, which was also the strength of the program. There was also 2 VIP latrines which have been constructed at 2 primary schools in the Chabakame sector and Muchingo sector. This includes our facilities even for young girls once they are in menstrual period. But also having hygiene and training the people to how to have the latrines, how to construct it. They also participated on how can we construct the latrines, providing more than 500 iron sheets, 1,000 iron sheets to roof 2,584 vulnerable families' latrines. Also, the program provided also 12,000 jerry cans and 149 water filter distributed to eradicate disease. This was also, as you saw it, the water filter, the jerry cans in terms of having the facility to storage drinking water in a safe manner. Also, the program was implemented through the awareness campaign to, as the Chief of Party said, the social behavior change. It was also the main activity that we appreciate of the program, because just having the facility or achieve the activity, but it must be sustained once the people, once the beneficiaries are aware, are just have they own the activity. So we had many campaigns in washing awareness, and like public speeches, plays, dance, drama, and poems. That before the pandemic, of course. But because after the pandemic, once the pandemic comes, that kind of gathering was not really facilitated. So they also participated, that clubs members participated in a different exhibition and open days just to share experience with their colleague. And then those who are not really beneficiaries of the program was also had also the opportunity to see what they are doing in order to try to duplicate the achievement. Also, the exchange of between sectors, that experience. The program also was just supporting different supervision and regular meeting at monthly and quarterly basis to assist technically the clubs and advise where necessary. As a result, some of them performed at high level in that activities. Actually, we have some clubs who are really performing well with mainly who are just producing the liquid soap, which are really today have been raised their level of economy. There was also some awardings just for encouraging those who have been were performing. There were also some initiative from those clubs themselves. We can say that like the Dusasirane program, Tworozanye, FFRS just feed farmers schools, just have, when they come and see what have been done by some clubs and just to be deprecated. But also this kind of new initiatives was just to make that togetherness of people, of that clubs, more solid and more impactful. So this kind of initiative was also helpful. Like immediate results, short-term results was just saying that they are those who are regular attending the club's activities, there are no problem to pay the mutuelle or just mutuelle, because once they are just in that saving groups, for instance, or just they are producing their liquid soap, they have no problem of economy or having money to solve some small issues like mutuelle, or even to solve that social conflict. It's also it was also a good impact that to solve some social conflict once they are together. It was just some of main achievements, but what I have to appreciate of the program, mainly its flexibility in implementing or executing activities. As I said, as district, the program was just to respond or to solve the beneficiaries' issues, not only having that planned activities at the beginning of the program, just have the dynamism of solving the real issues. For instance, it was planned to construct boreholes, many boreholes, and then once we were just discussing with the program team, we remarked that it would be better to construct a water supply system which can even respond better to the SDGs, because we are just going to not only having a water point, but having that water in-house. So we discussed with the program, and then we agreed to extend the water supply and construct a water kiosk for just a water point, but alongside the pipeline, people have been connected from water without having any other cost, because the areas was not really connected with the water supply, but now those people, as I said, more than 50,000 are really supplied in water with that kind of flexibility and just adaptive measures. The project also just extended the water supply from 2 kilometers up to 10 kilometers, which was also really a good achievement on our side. Also, the pandemic came without any planning activity to deal with, but we appreciate that we have already constructed 400 hand washing stations for the 4 health centers, which was not really planned. So what also I have to appreciate the collaboration. As I said, we just discussed with the program team, program management, to set up real need of our population. So there was really adaptive, just have the capacity, or just the willingness of the will to cope with the Rio program, also with the local leaders from the village. This would be a kind of sustainability to be done also, because once only beneficiaries are on board of carrying activities, once the program finish or ends, those communities, those people are like lost. But once the local leaders are involved, they can take the lead to sustain activities with population. So this also was the strength of the program. What I can say for end, just appreciate the way the program was executed, and I wish this is the end of the one door. Just if you close one door, you are opening another one. So I hope the program will be back to sustain or just to extend what have been done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nyakubahwa Mayor. I wanted to add that the flexibility and the adaptation that you are appreciating from Gikuriro side didn't end there. We have to extend that appreciation to USAID as a donor for that flexibility as well. So once we get requests from you, we discuss, we negotiate, we see the real need, then we go back to Silva and the team on the other side and also negotiate and explain. So the flexibility came from them. Thank you for that, USAID. I will ask the Vice Mayor of Kayonza to also give some testimony, maybe insisting in terms of time management. Thank you. You are welcome.
Thank you so much, dear NCDP Coordinator, USAID Mission Director, Chief Party, and all observed the protocol. Good morning. On behalf of Kayonza District, would highly appreciate the role played by Gikuriro in the socio-economic transformation of the people of Kayonza District. I don't have the presentation because the Chief Party has already presented it, and it is the same. Gikuriro, as being presented by the Chief Party, it operated in different sectors: wash, agriculture, economic strengthening, malnutrition. The achievements are so many, but I'll state few of them. Gikuriro has really helped our people. In regard with malnutrition, close to 1,500 children under 5 years were rehabilitated, and 15 community boreholes were drilled successfully. There is 13 water kiosks, 15 water springs were constructed, which has really improved access to water for over 25,000 people in our district. In response to COVID, Gikuriro has constructed 4 hand washing stations in different health centers. Gikuriro, in promoting saving culture, Gikuriro has initiated 600 saving and lending communities with above 12,000 members within the district. Gikuriro has supported our people to establish kitchen gardens, as it has been captured in the presentation. It has also conducted different trainings in farmer promoters, children and women who are facing malnutrition. Gikuriro provided small livestock, close to 7,000. There is rabbit, chicken, and others were distributed to our people who are mostly facing this case of the malnutrition. It also constructed and facilitated 7 wash in different sectors of the district. Kayonza really appreciates, and we ensure the sustainability of all infrastructures that has been constructed in our district, and we keep in touch, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We wanted the perspective of beneficiaries, the government stakeholders. Let's get the perspective of one of the implementing partners. The 2 from the district spoke on the representing others as well. I know we have the people from Gikuriro in the room as well, but you know, in the interest of time, we will hear from those 2 only. So let's now hear from AEE, Executive Secretary John, who will be representing also other partners. Thank you.
Guest of honor, Dr. Anita, Missions Director, USAID, Country Director, CRS, all protocols observed in the interest of time. I want to echo a few things that have been said by others, but echo them from an implementing perspective. From the implementer's perspective, Gikuriro was very friendly, and from the word go, when the sub-agreement process started, we looked at it as something that was very fair and transparent, because the offer was put in newspaper and it was put in the other platforms, and all the interested people or organizations were able to access information from the same footing and compete favorably. So for us, that's something that we really appreciate as implementing partners. And the other thing that we appreciate about Gikuriro is that Gikuriro was intentional in building the capacity of the local organizations. You know, it didn't come with the one size that fits all, whereby somebody assumes that all the partners have the same strengths and have the same weaknesses. Rather, what they did is that after being notified that we were selected as the potential implementing partners, all the organizations that had been selected were visited, and there was a due diligence assessment to know how are these organizations faring in this particular area, in the financial management, in the programming aspect, in the governance. And we really appreciate that because it was like we're scratched where we're itching, you know, rather than just thinking that, you know, there is this package and everybody has to benefit in the same way. So being intentional and making sure that the issues that the local implementing partners were facing were being attended to, it's something that is very commendable from the implementing partners' perspective. Again, USAID Gikuriro was participatory and regular. You know, we had joint planning sessions, as it was mentioned. We had joint implementing process, as it was mentioned. We had joint monitoring initiatives, and that actually cemented the idea of ownership and, of course, the idea of sustainability, which is the ultimate objective of each and every intervention. So it's something that we, as the implementing partners, we commend, and we are going to stick to that. With Gikuriro, it also came with reinforcement of the practice of doing more with less. You know, the implementation of the program leveraged on existing community structures, like it was mentioned, the community health workers, the community hygiene clubs, the community-based nutrition sites, and so forth. And that's a practice that has always been there, but Gikuriro came to reinforce it. And for us, as implementing partners, we really appreciated it, and with or without Gikuriro, we shall keep it so dear to us. And because it has really paid off. If I give an example, SNV-Rwanda had 11 full-time staff that were implementing Gikuriro program. But if you look at what we did in the 2 districts where we are promoting the program, we would have needed over 80 staff to do that. So we've really appreciated this idea of leveraging on existing community structures. And as I've already mentioned, if Gikuriro comes back, that will be great, but in case it doesn't bounce back, then we shall still stick to that practice of doing more with less using the existing community structures. It also reinforced the close collaboration between the implementing partners, GO, other agencies, and other development players. Some of the local implementing partners were actually small. And it was not very easy for us to be appreciated at the national technical working groups. But because of Gikuriro, which actually elevated us, you know, we ended up being recognized at different fora, and we can be able to voice what we do and also share our practices. And we learn from them, they also learn from us, because there are certain things that bigger organizations, that international organizations are good at, but there are certain things that local organizations are also good at. So Gikuriro provided a platform whereby actually local organizations who would not have been able to surface at international level and national levels get that chance to, you know, share what they are good at and also learn from other implementing partners, be it local or international. And of course, communities were benefited. Communities benefited from nutrition, from wash services, as it has always been mentioned. And well, I'm not going to mention figures because the program was implemented in 8 districts, and the Chief of Party has already made a presentation, which I'm sure was very informative. but I can actually confirm and reaffirm that communities benefited from Gikuriro interventions, from both nutrition and wash services. And with that, I would like to say thank you to the government of Rwanda, USAID, CRS, and other stakeholders who have made Gikuriro a true success. Thank you.
Thank you, John. With the testimony of one partner, we close this session of testimonies. I thank you for your patience, and I would like to pass to Collins to facilitate the next session, which will be about the end line results. Thank you. Over to you, Collins.
Thank you, Dr. Yvonne, and the speakers that have been there before us. I just want also to echo some comments that are coming up from the virtual team. As I said earlier, we have colleagues who are following virtually. And so we have some comments that are coming up from there. Jeff PS for Nyabihu says that, hope that you will share success stories on behalf of Nyabihu District and send our thankful remarks to CRS-Rwanda Program and to our high-level leadership. Colleague also, Pascal Gatete, was part of this. Gikuriro at the beginning says, great results, congratulations to Gikuriro. We also had somebody who said, incredible results, well done to Gikuriro, a lot of learning points for other actors intervening in nutrition and agriculture. Daniel said, well done, COP and Gikuriro team, fantastic work, much for Hingaweze to emulate. And I also want to appreciate my colleague James Aganza, who's been responding online to a number of questions, one of them from Lawrence. And Dennis Karamusi, Chief of Party for Orora is saying, thank you, Team Gikuriro. Your work has inspired us to aim higher at Orora. Congratulations upon a successful closure of your work over 5 years. Beautiful testimony of this group and commitment to take it beyond Gikuriro timeline. Those are a few comments, and we just want to make sure that the online team is following, and as well we are able to share their views, their comments as we go along. And as well, you're welcome during the Q&A to post your questions so that we are able to respond to you. Having said that, now we want to move to next. As you can see from the schedule, we are a bit delayed on time. So we really want to move a little fast so that we are able to recover some time. A quick one just to introduce the team. As we said, we have worked with the University of Rwanda School of Public Health for quite some time since the beginning of this project. They have been with us during the baseline, during the midterm evaluation, and now the final evaluation, and of course other additional assessments. The team is led by Professor Cyprien Mshongore, and we have other investigators, Albert Ndagijimana, Angel Sabimana, Bernard Rabufigiri, and Fedaste Dahindwa, who have been part of this project in the evaluation and all that. And they are all faculty within the School of Public Health. So I want to welcome the team to be able to take us quickly enough on the presentation. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Dr. Anita, Mission Director, CRS representative, or protocol observed. Good morning. On behalf of the School of Public Health, College of Medicine and Health Sciences from the University of Rwanda, we would like to pass you through the findings of the trend between baseline and the end line evaluations that we did for Gikuriro program since we started back to 2016 up to 2020. We used a few minutes. We had a long presentation, but we saw few things being presented by the chief of party and the CRS representative. So we just go through it quickly, and those who are interested are welcome to pick some of the copies that we saw outside, and they can even be, the findings can be shared with the wide audience. I'm presenting this on behalf of the whole team, and I will be, Dr. Angel will come in for the second part of the evaluation. I'm called Albert Dajijimana. This is a short outline that the presentation is about. The program outcome indicators, objectives, method, listed in 2 sections. We did a mixed evaluation, or baseline, midterm, and end evaluations used to approaches, household surveys, and qualitative approach to hear from beneficiaries, from local implementers, implementing partners, even at national level, in CDP, Ministry of Health, all partners were just consulted to hear from them and document the achievement and the challenges so that Gikuriro program can learn from it and adjust the implementation. We also go for conclusion and recommendations. I think we saw this at the beginning with the first presentation, whereby Gikuriro program implemented their activities under 2 intermediate results. The first one was about high quality nutrition programming that should be implemented in all districts, in 5 districts. And the second one was about high quality wash programming implemented across all districts. The objective of the final evaluation was to assess the effectiveness, efficiency, relevance, sustainability of specific Gikuriro interventions, to provide findings and conclusion and recommendation for future design and implementation, since the program is closing now. But they should run from what was found as findings to inform future designs and programs. The second objective was to provide specific data as per indicators set out in the monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning framework. So this cannot work, I don't know. Doesn't work. Okay, good. So this is a map showing the Gikuriro program intervention area. We have Kayonza, Kichukiro, Goma, Nyabihu, Nyanza, Nyarugenge, Ruhango, and Rwamagana. And we did the evaluation in Kayonza, Kichukiro, Goma, Nyabihu, Nyarugenge, and Nyanza and Ruhango were not visited because there are other evaluations that have been done by other partners, and findings are available. In terms of method, we reviewed document available or document relevant to the program. We administered the questionnaire at household level for those intermediate results as per the monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework. We conducted face-to-face interviews with stakeholders from all levels, from the community up to the central level, and we conducted focus group discussions with direct beneficiaries and the volunteers. And we visited in total 2,520 households, and the design was to have 21 villages randomly selected per district, and 20 households randomly selected per village. And in total, we visited 126 villages in the 6th district. In terms of findings, when we start with the household survey, we saw that almost 46% of household had 4 to 5 members, with average family size of five people. And in those 2,539 households visited, we found 13,222 members. And in terms of gender, sex, we saw that 52.8% of members were female. And I think this is not working. There's problem with presentation, with the connector. When we go for the main source of household income, when we go for the main source of household income, we saw that the higher proportion of households were getting income from day labor, counting for 36.59%. And the second source of income were sale of agriculture, especially in the districts that are really relying on agriculture, that is Ngoma, Rwamagana, and Kayonza. But also we could document a high proportion of households living from trade and small business and full-time employment in Kichukiro and Nyarugenge district, of course, as urban district. We, going for the household food security, we asked the household whereby they have experienced any day in the past 7 days with lack of enough money to buy adequate food. And we documented this in almost 65% of households. And we could probably link this up to with COVID-19 pandemic, whereby people could not really make money as before. But this was a past day, 7-day experience, which is kind of obvious looking at the current situation. And the main source of food for household consumption was market, accounting for almost 54% of household. And we had to, as one of the key indicators, we were interested to know the number or proportion of households that have kitchen gardens, and we physically checked for their existence, and this was objectivated in almost 50% of households. And when we look at the trend, it gradually increased from baseline up to end line, even statistically significant increase was observed. And in terms of type of vegetables and nutrient-dense crops that are grown in those kitchen gardens, we saw it in 81% of households that had kitchen gardens. And that is the trend of household with kitchen gardens, which is really a very good trend when you compare with the baseline. Now, as an impact indicator, we could see we measured the household hunger, and we saw that 62% of households had no hunger or light hunger, and only like 17% had moderate hunger. This is a good indicator when we compare with even the last EICV and other national surveys. In terms of percentages distribution of household by coping strategies to the stress of lack of food, we saw that 62% of households did not did not go for any coping strategy or used a low coping strategy to that stress, which is a good indicator to show that there is food security in household. And when you look at the dietary diversity among women, we saw that the high proportion of household had women who were consuming cereals and tubers, and legumes, nuts, and seeds. And as you can see, they were really consuming almost all food groups in a visited household. When you look at the day before the survey, those are 24-hour record when we are visiting household. And this is a trend of women consuming animal source food. The first presentation was among beneficiaries, but this was a population level study, and we're just sampling household regardless whether they are members of Gikuriro, they benefit from Gikuriro program or not. So this is a population survey, and you can see it is really impacting the Gikuriro program, or it's kind of impacting all other household. That's spillover effect in terms of program implementation. This is a good story to tell here. And when you look at the mean dietary diversity score among those women, we saw a good increase from 3.8 to 4.8 in end line. And in terms of food consumption score at household level, we could see the trend from baseline for those consuming acceptable diet from 22 to 67% in end line, like more than 40%, 40 increase between baseline and the end line. We assess the knowledge of mothers on IYCF, infant and young child feeding. And we saw a good increased trend between baseline and the end line for all indicators, as you can see on this graph. And when you look at the praxis then, we saw that, for instance, the percentage of children born in the 2 years preceding the survey who were breastfed immediately or within 1 hour of life, the increase was documented in almost all districts except Ngoma district and Nyarugenge, but with a slight decrease. But in general, it's increased from 92.8% to almost 59%, 99%. And when you look at the prevalence of exclusive breastfeeding, we could see the increase from 86 to 94%, which is beyond even DHS 2014-15. Of course, we are waiting for the new findings, but we think this was a huge increase when we compare with the baseline. And looking at the minimum acceptable diet, minimum meal frequency, and minimum dietary diversity, we can see an increase from baseline up to the end line for all these three indicators. In terms of wash activities, we saw that the proportion of households with soap and water at hand washing stations increased from 16 to 24% between baseline and end line. We saw that we want now to know the critical times whereby people wash their hands. And we saw a good trend for these 4 indicators. For the rest of the indicators, with that obvious people just report at a high rate. But we're interested to know what is happening when people how are people washing their hand after blowing, the noise, coughing and sneezing, after touching animal feed and the waste, after touching garbage, and after changing diapers or cleaning the child who has used toilet. For instance, from this year, we are moving from 0 to 15%, from 0 to 15. This was good shape between baseline and end line, as you can all see. In terms of access to basic sanitation, that means improved latrines that are not shared between household, we could see the increase from 69% to 84%. We would even see a higher proportion, up even to more than 90%, but this small trend was due to the kind of sharing household, especially in Nyarugenge and Kicukiro district. And the trend here, the high increase was due to implementation of CBHPP in the first 2 years of the Gikuriro program implementation. When you look at the access to clean water, it moved from 54% to 84% to 89%. We all heard from Nyanza, from other district testimonies in terms of wash intervention by Gikuriro. We cannot say more about this, but we have testimonies. When we look at how proportion of households that properly treat drinking water, it moved from 56% to 99%. With boiling water as the main treatment method used across almost all households. And this was also accompanied with now water filters and other methods as implemented by Gikuriro program. And we also saw the distribution of jerry cans and the other intervention in the wash sector. The third area of intervention was about the increase in the service utilization to reduce morbidity in the areas of intervention. Looking at as you can see, the wash is directly impacting for instance, waterborne diseases. When you look at the area, the percentage of children aged under 5 who had diarrhea in the 2 weeks preceding the survey, we saw a huge decrease from 22% to 13% in the 6th district. And that was even a highly significant decrease between baseline and the end line. And when you look at how those children who had diarrhea were treated, we could see that almost 68% were giving a fluid made from special packed called ORS, which is oral rehydration salt, as we all know. And this 6% were giving the government recommended homemade food, which is good. And both were giving almost 1% were giving both the ORS and the government recommend homemade. And that was the trend of kind of treatment given to children under 5 who had the diarrhea in the 2 weeks preceding the survey. The practice was moved from 50% to almost 68%. And in terms of pregnant women who were using antenatal care services, for instance, as an indicator, those who attend the ANC during the first trimester, it moved from 34% to 72%, with an expectation that a higher proportion would pay for standard ANC visit. And then, because we conducted the survey during COVID-19 period, we expected that there would have been an impact on the Gikuriro activities, and we saw that 98% of households were aware of the pandemic, and when we asked them whereby the lockdown situation and Minister of Health guidance on movement restriction due to COVID-19 impacted their household. And this was reported by 90% of household. And some of the areas that were mentioned to be impacted were farming activities, when, for instance, the farm is far away from the household, livestock management, even bring the access to the market for their products, farmer group meeting activities, community health clubs group activities, times of participation in the CHC sessions because they could not move, group saving activities, income generating activities, village nutrition school activities, and the other activities. However, we need to mention the positive the positive impact of COVID-19, it's really positively impacted the hand washing practices across all visited household, even in general, as we can even see today. Let me pass the floor to Angel to continue with the findings from a qualitative approach of the survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert, for presenting the quantitative part of findings. Now we are going to qualitative findings. With the qualitative findings, we will present perceptions of participants in our studies. Participants, what they expressed as perceptions regarding Gikuriro program. We interviewed people from the central level, district level, sector level, and community level. When we tried to ask beneficiaries if they know really Gikuriro program, they tried to describe for us what is Gikuriro for them. They said that Gikuriro was working on nutrition, was working on environmental health, as well as washing, for sure. Washing, when we say wash, we are meaning water, sanitation, and hygiene. And they said that Gikuriro was promoting ECD centers, and they said that Gikuriro increased their socio-economic status by teaching them how to save, how to adhere to lending groups. And when we go to the relevance of Gikuriro program, respondents were perceived Gikuriro as irrelevant because what they were doing was fitting in the district action plan. In all districts, they were telling us like this. And also they said that all activity of Gikuriro were needed because before implementing their project, they tried to conduct a need assessment. And Gikuriro activities were fitting into the performance contracts of districts, meaning that they were fitting in Imihigo. And when we go to perceptions about the coordination of this program was highly appreciated because it was well coordinated and organized, and they were well collaborating with local civil societies that were already existing in Rwanda. Also, the coordination was appreciated because it was well organized from the central level to the village level, which made possible to the program to access easily to the community beneficiary communities. And another appreciation regarding Gikuriro was the strong supervision at community level to ensure that all activities are well implemented as planned. About perceptions about the efficiency of Gikuriro, these participants said that achievements of Gikuriro were very exciting if they were compared to the resources, human resources and budget that they were using. They achieved more than the resources that they were using. For example, they said that with few human resources, they were able to cover a tremendous area and implementing as planned. And when we go to another point of the efficiency, participants were perceiving and imputing the efficiency of Gikuriro to the fact that they are using their funds to what they were planned to. And this was not impeding the flexibility in the implementation and the evolutive type of the project. And when you go to perceptions about Gikuriro effectiveness, in summary, participants were saying this is a qualitative part of findings, that Gikuriro achieved its target almost at 90% of what they were targeting. When we go to the capacity building of Gikuriro, this was really, really appreciated by participants because this program was not training healthcare providers only. They trained also structures of the local governance. They trained the community itself. And the Gikuriro program was the first, according to participants, to train about the length mat that we saw in the demonstration, and also in the promotion of ECD centers, as we said. When you go to the views about local implementing partners, these civil societies were really appreciated because they helped Gikuriro program in a smooth collaboration to implement what they were intending to implement. They were known as implementers and people who were in charge of monitoring and supervision of what was being implemented. They were also members of JAF at district level, which means that they were aware of what is planned in the district. When you go to the views on gender principles, it was said that Gikuriro did well with respecting gender principles during the implementation, and it was said that the role model parent, meaning fathers and mothers, parents lumière, papa lumière et maman lumière, were really appreciated, but there is a need of strengthening the male involvement in this model parent approach. When you go to strength, there were many. As you see, the slide is overloaded. We tried to put some of them. For example, the construction of water kiosks was really appreciated. There is the techniques in agriculture that were also appreciated as a strength. There is the bio-fortified crops like iron-rich beans, and also the orange fleshed sweet potatoes that were distributed to be in among crops that are being produced at community level. There is also an amazing VNS, meaning Village Nutrition School, that was rehabilitating children suffering from nutrition during 12 days. 12 days was essayed from everyone who was mentioning something from Gikuriro. And another strength is the combination of different approaches, groups among beneficiaries. We can also go to some weaknesses that were highlighted. This includes the insufficiency of seeds, which were not reaching, especially people who were not beneficiating directly from the Gikuriro program. There is also some seeds that were not well adapted to some districts like Nyabihu. Seeds of iron-rich beans that were adapted to east part were not well adapted to Nyabihu. This was also something that should be improved. And the distribution of small livestock was somewhat challenging because there are people who were claiming, saying that they were wrongly classified in categories, worth categories over there, and they were not benefiting from Gikuriro. This was also a weakness that was mentioned. When you go to suggestions, there were suggestions for nutrition part and suggestions for wash part. When we go for nutrition, they said that village nutrition schools could be sustained, and improving agricultural techniques also could be emphasized on, like using technology or machines for irrigation. They said also that male involvement in nutritional activities should be increased. Another suggestion is about maintaining kitchen gardens in all seasons. Because, for example, we conducted this evaluation during summer, and there was many of kitchen gardens were dried. So there is a need of improving the maintenance of these kitchen gardens even during the dry season. For wash, there are also some suggestions like increasing water accessibility. A tremendous work has been done, but there is a need of going for. They said something about replacing solar energy, where they are using for pumping water, replacing this by electricity because it has more power to pump water. There is also something about looking alternative in water treatment, such as the use of zero. Maybe when we conducted this study, zero was not being found easily. And when you go to the phasing out and sustainability, beneficiaries were saying that they own really what Gikuriro has achieved. They said that they will continue to maintain what was achieved. When you go to district, they were saying that there is a need of district leaders to maintain what was achieved. When we say something about views on the sustainability again, it was said that the beneficiaries acquired knowledge that will be maintained in different domains as they were presenting it themselves. And they said that the saving and lending groups and other volunteers are living with communities, so there is no way this can disappear from them while they are in the same community. Local authorities are also involved, which is a good point that shows that this will be maintained. There is but still need of supervision for checking if really this is sustained. When you go to lessons learned from this program, it was said that the community approaches used by Gikuriro in a combination. One beneficiary was a member of different groups. This is crucial in positive behavior change and sustainability. It was also said that local capacity building is a key among local leaders, among communities, and among providers of health services. These are recommendations. Albert can say something about them. Thank you.
Thank you. From our findings, from the focus group discussion, key informant interviews, and the household surveys, when you combine both participant recommendation or suggestion and our interpretation and our observation, our experience from as people have been involved in the baseline, midterm, and end-line evaluation, and the other surveys that have been conducted for CRS, we think these are key recommendations that we could take home. And there is still a need to increase access to water in different villages. We could see the tremendous job done by Gikuriro, but still we can see infrastructure, but there are other partners who have to play their role so that water can really reach the household. But again, all areas have not been reached, so there is a need to continue the activity so that the coverage, the accessibility to water can really be at expected level by the government. We need to improve food security through community adapted interventions, kind of fortified seeds adapted to regions. We saw the case of Nyabihu, livestock adapted to areas. And this could be addressed to other partners, even apart from Gikuriro, for instance, RAB, because Gikuriro is not doing experiment in terms of the laboratory experiment to come up with iron-rich beans adapted to areas, but there's a lot of other partners. There is a need for community sensitization to maintain kitchen gardens throughout the year. We saw that kitchen gardens are dried during sunny season, and yet they could be green throughout the year to make sure that there is diversity and food security. We need to continue with capacity building at different levels. So it is being done, but that has to be continued. There is a need to maintain these initiatives, Gikuriro initiatives, kind of FFLS, VNC, these silk and community health clubs, because they've been found to be really impactful at community level. And there is a need to sensitize more on hand washing with clean water and soap. We could see the hand washing station within 5 meters from toilet. That is the standard. When you see water, but you don't see soap. But also in some villages without access to water, you could see the hand washing station there, but there is no water. So this combined, when we have access to water, then combined with the CHC clubs interventions, we could see an increase in the hand washing with clean water and soap. But more effort need to be put on sensitization, behavior change. There is a need to sensitize for the consumption of animal source food, because though we saw a good increase between baseline and the end line, that's not where they're at the level where we want to be. We need to focus now. We thought more effort could be, or a new focus could be put on adolescent sexual reproductive health to avoid unwanted pregnancies that may lead to case of malnutrition. Because if there is no, for instance, the family size, for instance, has direct impact on nutrition at household level. But when, especially for among adolescents, because they are just giving birth to babies, they leave them home under the care of grandparents who are not even knowledgeable, and then you find the child malnourished in a few days later. So if new focus could be put on SRH, we would expect more impact than what we are seeing today. And lastly, there is a need for multi-sectoral effort to address the issue of toilet sharing, especially in the rural, in the urban area. For your attention, we saw that 76.6% of households in Nyarugenge and Kicukiro were sharing toilet. And then you see the impact of that sharing toilet to the whole indicator. But when you remove those two districts, the access to basic sanitation was almost 100% in all other districts, Kayonza, Ngoma, Guamagana, and Nyabihu. So briefly, this is what we came up with the findings, and thank you so much for your attention, and the comment questions are welcome. I pass the floor to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Albe and the team, Dr. Anja, for all the time to present the findings of Gikuriro final evaluation. So I know we are really spent on time, about 20 minutes late, and we still have our guest of honors to be able to speak, give their remarks and speeches on this. But however, we would want at least if there is one question or two maximum from the floor on any of the presentations, right from the chief of party to the mayors, as well as now to from the University of Rwanda. Any quick question? Yes. Bani from SNV, country director for SNV US.
Thank you very much. I'll stand over here so I'm far away from anyone close to me, just so I can speak clear without the mask on. First of all, quick introduction. My name is Bernie Chavez, Country Director for SNV. And very happy to be here today at this final event. I think this is a great opportunity to validate all the good work that Gikuriro Project has done over the past 5 years. I'm not just saying that because I'm a consortium partner, because I think the evidence speaks for itself as well on this. My only comment I have on this, and then also a small question. My first comment is just to recognize the collaboration that the Gikuriro project has had with the Isuku Iwachu project as well. I don't think that's been mentioned yet in the presentation today, but I think it's pretty important to show the strong collaboration that both projects have had, especially because they're working in the same districts as well, in the same eight districts that goes on. That obviously was not an accident, I think, and I think it's really good to show that strong collaboration that we've had in terms of looking at the aspects of nutrition, access to water, and sanitation as well with that. I think that was a very strong collaboration that was done, and we had the strong support from the mission as well on that as well. So I just wanted to make that recognition at that point. The other part, I just had a slight request. Thank you, Alamayo, on your presentation that you gave, that you showed the partners that were involved in there. But if I can just request to give a little bit more of explanation in terms of what each partner does. We look at the banner here. It's a festival of logos, basically, with that. And I just think it would be good to just give a bit more detail on that. I know that one partner already presented in terms of their appreciation of the project and the benefits that the project has. But I do think it would be good in this event just to give it, and I know time is the issue, to just give a bit more explanation in terms of what each partner is doing with that, if possible.
Thank you.
Those are my only questions, but again, thank you very much. Just very happy to be part of this project as well, and very happy that this is all coming now and being made public also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Barney. I think the Chief of Party, Dr. Lemay, will be able to respond to that, just, kind of giving that feedback as well. Any other questions from the floor of the House? I've not seen any coming up from the online team. So if none, then Lemay, probably if you can respond to that, just clarifying the partnership as well as, what each partner was doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernie. I think those are good comments and observations. As you said, time is of essence. I actually mentioned chain partners. When I talked about chain partners, Gikuriro collaborated with several, of which Isuku Iwachu is one. We have Hingaweze. We collaborated with global communities on so many fronts. For instance, with Isuku Iwachu, we had close quarterly collaboration meetings facilitated by colleagues from USAID. We had joint visits, but we also did the same with global communities, Tuibake. Together we had the capacity strengthening journey together. We worked, we developed materials, and so that's why I, kind of summarized as a chain partner. Yeah, I think on partners, these are distinguished partners, all the 6 local NGO partners. I actually flashed the district they covered also. Each district covered by at least one partner doing the actual implementation, collaborating with the districts, and also collaborating with the technical partner, which is SNV on WASH. SNV is a technical partner on WASH, and also CRS is contributing. So I mean, just to inform the audience, we had one team in together. The CRS SNV team, we functioned as one team basically, and we tend to call it Gikuriro basically. All the contributions, they're coming from CRS, coming from SNV, from local partners, and I want to recognize that as well, because for instance, Caritas covered 2 districts, Rohango and Nyabihu. IA covered 2 districts, Ruamagana and Nyarugenge. We had YWCA covering the entire Ngoma, FVA covering Kayonza. We had FXB covering the entire district in Nyanza. And also Duhami Kadri covering the entire district in Kichukiro. So these partners, they had staff, they had wash staff, they had technical nutrition, agriculture staff, combined with our own team, which is usually we call it Gikuriro headquarters and Gikuriro field level. So it's a combination, it's a joint effort. I think there is no, no need to single out, or give away to who did what. I think it's a team effort. So I want to congratulate all of the partners. I already said this. I don't know if you missed during my presentations. I recognize all the contribution from the different partners. But thank you for bringing it up, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alemayu. I hope that responds to Barney's question, and I can see him nodding, which basically means we are good to go. We also have a quick question coming up from PS Jaff Nyabihu, but I think has been responded to. We will share the presentation to all of you, so that should be fine. There is one question from Nicole, who says that will Gikuriro elaborate more on efficiency found about the program? I think we have all been talking about efficiency, what are we doing, and how comes we are able to achieve all these results. And it's also well from the presentation as well as the digital video. So probably the Chief of Party, once again, if you just take only 30 seconds, maybe just say efficiency. How are we making it more different and good to be able to achieve all that?
Thank you for that. I think the presentation from John and also from the mayor of Nyanza, they covered this basically, how we achieved efficiency, how we achieved actually value for money, and also achieving more with less. That's exactly what John said. And what did it take? It took the joint planning and the joint implementation. So that's where we started with. We have annual plan at the district level. We don't invest in things that are not absolute priorities for the district. Be it in a wash or be it in a nutrition or other inputs actually from is it study, or we make sure the things we have prioritized collectively are of paramount importance to reduce malnutrition and to promote early childhood development. So the collaboration is one thing. I think not only with the district, but collaboration with other USG implementing partners. I just mentioned a couple of partners with whom we collaborated under chain framework. I think the chain mechanism, I can continue talking about chain. Chain has increased the efficiency. Just one example, in Kayonza, for instance, we worked with Hingaweze doing nutrition, agricultural activity. Gikuriro does the same. And through discussions where we arrived at was, okay, why don't we share the roles and responsibilities? Instead of both of us doing, let's say, the village nutrition school type, the cooking demonstration and all that, can Hingaweze focus on adolescent girl nutrition? You see? Instead of us being everywhere, I think we use the resource to maximize results. And there are so many examples I can mention, and I think Gikuriro has been probably one of our most efficient projects I have seen over.
Thank you, Dr. Alemayu. I think we will conclude the questions with that. I know there is some coming up online, but we'll be able to respond to them as well. Since we are really going out of time, and so I would want now to hand over this session to the Chief of Party, because we're now reaching the key elements we want to hear as well from our guest of honor. And so I want to welcome Dr. Alemayu, who is going to be introducing Program Director for USAID. Thank you.
Actually, I would correct the title. It's a mission director. It's my pleasure actually to introduce Leslie Marbury, mission director, USAID Rwanda. And I have a little bio for her. I stole from the system. So Leslie joined USAID Rwanda team in January 2017, arriving with her husband, Tommy, of course, many of you know, and two kids, Sky and John. And so she's been part of the greater USAID global since 2004. And she served in many countries, including Honduras, Bolivia, and South Africa, and recently, I think before Rwanda, in Myanmar, in Burma. So her background is basically economic, agriculture, economic growth, and I think she had a master's degree in agriculture, natural resources, economics, and policy, and her first degree in economics from University of Georgia. But I think in terms of her contribution throughout her time, I think within USAID, she has worked with local partners and government to improve economic governance, private sector investment, and trade policy, financial sector. I think without reading this, what I know, Leslie has been passionate advocate of development in so many ways. And I think the time we spent, we've been inspired, I can say that. And the few visits we did together, I was inspirational. You gave us how committed you are to the people, to the cause, and to the development, and to the children. So I want to take this opportunity. This has been tremendous and amazing. So it's my pleasure once again to call upon you to take the podium. Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you. Should I go there?
Yeah, or you can, I think we can allow, if the audience allows, Leslie can speak from from seated. Thank you, Leslie.
Yeah. It's on. Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, thank you so much, Alamayo. I wasn't expecting the bio. I'm very touched. Dr. Anita, Country Director of CRS, Alamayo, District Mayors, partners of Gikuriro, all protocols observed. I will be very brief. This closeout is bittersweet. It's amazing to see the evidence of the impact that we as a group have had on the lives of mother and children. And as the presenter just showed, the broader impact on communities and rural economies. And I'm very proud of that. At the same time, it's always difficult when you see something that has been very precious to so many people coming to an end. And the main message I wanted to say today was an enormous thank you to the leadership we've had from NECDP under Dr. Anita, guiding all of us in this fight against malnutrition and stunting, and to our partners at Gikuriro. Alamayo, your leadership has been tremendous. CRS, SNV, AEE, FXB, YWCA, Duhamik, FBA, Caritas, amongst others. I think USAID really believes that these community hygiene clubs, these savings and loan groups, the community health workers, and the other institutions we talked with today are at their best when they're self-reliant, when they're not looking for donor funding, but are really up and running on their own, connected to markets, enterprise-led, and getting the vision and guidance from government. And one thing I've really loved about this activity is that from day one, 5 years ago, you approached it with that in mind, with really thinking, what is this going to look like on the day that we close out? So when I listen to the women today from the savings and loans groups, and who, again, the women that with full confidence were explaining the hygiene club and how they were governed and organized, it feels to me that we've accomplished what we intended to by leaving behind institutions, even at the village level and a very local level, that are really quite capable in taking forward the work of improving nutrition of children, of mothers, and really doing the work of spurring rural economies. As Alamayu mentioned, I came to my work from an economic perspective. And one thing that really got me interested in nutrition was seeing the impact that nutrition has on the economy. So I remember very well my visits to see this activity and being really excited by the ties to the agriculture productivity, the ties to the water and sanitation, and really the integrated approach you're taking to nutrition, which we all know is what is going to really help us solve this very challenging problem in the long run. So thank you to the mayors. I think your leadership has really been tremendous. I heard the ownership you have over taking the work forward, and that was really inspiring to me. And thank you to Dr. Anita. It's not just your ministry, but the Ministry of Health, Local Governance, Infrastructure, Agriculture that you're coordinating. The government partnership on this activity has been incredibly strong. I think what everyone's probably wanting to hear from me as the USAID is what is next. And what I would like to say is that we have learned so much from this activity alongside CRS, SNV, and the other partners within ACDP, University of Rwanda, and really used a lot of those learnings to formulate the strategy that we kicked off earlier this year. Nutrition is at the heart of our strategy. It cross-cuts everything we do, from health to education to economic growth and also governance. And that is really a testament to the learning that you all really continue to bring out in everything you do. So more to come, but this is an area that we're very committed to. The water and sanitation, as well as nutrition and how that comes together. So I don't need to go on about the results. We've all seen it. We've seen the improvements in access to water, in minimum dietary diversity, all of it, the savings. So just a huge thank you to all of the partners for acting like a family and achieving these goals. And I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Trying to respect the same protocol. I'm not sure I have that brilliant bio to present about Dr. Anita, but I know that Dr. Anita is a strong advocate for health and nutrition here in Rwanda. And from her previous appointments as State Minister for Health and now at NECDP, we know that she is really moving mountains to making sure that each and every Rwandan children doesn't have to suffer from malnutrition. And with her great support and leadership, Gikuriro has been able to contribute its some kind of cell in building or in that journey towards Rwanda that will be where chronic malnutrition will be eradicated. So it is a great honor for me to, on behalf of CS, on behalf of the consortium partners, to thank you, Dr. Anita, for accepting to be our guest of honor in this event today. As I mentioned before, the results that we've achieved, the alignments of our interventions to the government of Rwanda strategy would not have been the same without your contribution and your support. So thank you again for the support. Thank you for being with us. We are looking forward to continued collaboration. With this word, handing it over to you for your word in this moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bernard, for the kind introduction. Ms. Leslie, our USAID Mission Director, Dr. Bernard, the CRS country representative, Dr. Alimayehu, dear friend, who served as a COP for Gikuriro, my colleagues here representing government agencies, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and DG Eve, and also colleagues who are online. I know we have both a physical room and an online room. Representatives of faith-based organizations here present, civil society entities, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. I'm greatly honored, and I must say also excited, to be here with you, celebrating 5 years. I am so glad that, as the COP earlier alluded upon, when he said, Anita, I would like you to be with us, I said, close out. But you and the entire team, when you organized it, you actually made it a celebration. So I thank you very much for that. And it has been 5 years, 5 years when Gikuriro has implemented these integrated nutrition and wash interventions across 8 districts, and a number of mothers, children, fathers, and communities at large were reached, were touched, and we have seen from the data improved livelihoods. And this is something that will stay with us as a people, and so we very much appreciate it. We do, of course, appreciate very much the staff of Gikuriro, who over the 5 years tirelessly worked to ensure that the set goals were attained, and as we saw, a number of them we attained more than we had actually planned. So please join me to applaud the members of staff of Gikuriro for putting all effort to ensure that they attain the goals set. At this moment, I'd definitely like to convey the acknowledgement and the appreciation of the government of Rwanda to USAID and the people of the USA for the support. Today, we're here celebrating Gikuriro, but the support goes beyond Gikuriro that our government appreciates from USAID, that supports various initiatives, and again, for the purposes of this afternoon, initiatives that improve the health and nutrition, and also promote increased access to clean water and sanitation for those households that we reached, starting off with the pregnant woman, with the lactating mother, and with a child under 5. And so this is very much appreciated. Gikuriro implementation has, of course, with no doubt, and we've seen the figures, contributed to the improved livelihoods of the people, of the Rwandans, in the 8 districts where you operated. And today we are at a point where we are anxiously awaiting to see findings from the DHS 2020. So in a way, Gikuriro was perfect timing, if I may, Started off when we had results from 2015 DHS, and close when we have collected data for 2020. So in a way, we will be very much interested to see what the DHS is showing in the 8 districts. And as we look at it, we will definitely know that this project contributed to what we are seeing. Of course, noting that when it comes to a DHS, it's not like they are going to pick out households that were supported by this program. But again, as our colleagues from the School of Public Health, among other things, showed, they shared the spillover effect. And so that is important. And so we are definitely awaiting to see that, in addition to the results from the end line comparing to the midline and the baseline of the project itself. Now we'll see far and beyond. What will the DHS show us in these 8 districts? And we will know that this project contributed. At this point, I would like to all of us come back and recognize that despite what we have achieved so far, we all know that the rates of stunting among our children are still high. At this point, I'm referring to the 35% of children under 5 found stunted in the 2018 Comprehensive Food Security and Vulnerability Analysis that our Ministry of Agriculture carries out every 3 years in collaboration with our National Institute of Statistics and partners, mainly colleagues from World Food Program and Food and Agriculture Organization. So that figure, whenever we look at what we have achieved so far, but we look at the 35%, we still get disturbed, and rightly so. We should be very disturbed. We know and we appreciate very much and do not take it for granted to have a leadership of our nation that always has at heart the people and all the people. And we can see from strategies in place that lead our implementation. Here I'm referring to the targets we have set as a nation in NST1 by 2024 to be at 19% rate of stunting. Of course, whenever I say this figure, I know that stakeholders in nutrition just look and say, oh my God, do you know what you're talking about, 19%? But I believe that with all efforts from a multi-sectoral perspective, if we continue the journey we've been on of everyone contributing to improved livelihood of the little ones, we will get there. If we do it from one angle, nutrition only, definitely we won't get there. If we do it from water and sanitation, we won't. If we do it from agriculture, we will not. If I pick on any of those, we will not. But if we continue to address it as a whole, we will definitely be able to succeed. This NST1 is just a first phase of our Vision 2050. Again, appreciating a leadership that continues to focus in and zoom in on the people and all the people. A vision that has set its target to say, we will only say we have achieved if we are an economy that is based on knowledge. Knowledge is people. So we are talking about the brains of the people. And as such, setting such a vision, very bold vision, means that today we have to come in and ensure that we are investing in the people and investing right and investing in at the right time. And that always keeps us conscious and alert and appreciative of such bold vision and commitment so that we reach all. I would like to take a moment and reflect once again that this project, Gikuriro, that we are celebrating today, contributed to the NECDP mission. We were tasked to ensure a collaboration of all interventions that help improve the livelihood of the young one, and to do that in time. And I do recall very vividly that when we started, we spoke to all our partners, and to echo what the mayor of Nyanza well articulated, we very much appreciate how flexible and adaptable you are. We phoned when you had started the journey, and in the first session we had was in December 2017, when we had just started, had opened doors. And in January 2018, you were among the first ones to say, yes, we appreciate that if we are going to be ready to get there, it can't be just nutrition and WASH, it has to be the other pillars of ECD. And there you are, very quickly, able to reach out to colleagues at the USID. And I don't know how you packaged it, but you did package it well. So we appreciate that. And of course, appreciate very much the leadership at USID and the team that also paid attention and allowed that to happen. I also want to take a moment and appreciate Catholic Relief Services and all the partners that you have journeyed with on this exercise, who have very closely worked with the national bodies, the districts. Again, the mayor articulated this very well. The Vice Mayor Kayonza articulated this too, all the way to the sectors and the cells and the villages. You did this through a number of areas, the planning, jointly, the implementation, making sure that you monitor together, and also evaluating together. This, I strongly think that will help us with what the two ladies shared during their testimonies, the community health care worker and one of the beneficiaries. It was very warming and reassuring when she insisted that what we have got through this is going to stay with us. We are at a level that we are not going backwards. We can only go forward. That was very reassuring and encouraging. And I'm glad that we had a discussion with the leadership of CRS and agreed that after a number of months, we are going to measure that this success has actually continued. That will be able to affirm what otherwise at this point might think, is good thinking and just people feeling good about it. But if we evaluate it down the road, I don't know how many months it will be up to the scientists to help us, how many months and all that. And then we evaluate and say, oh yes, at this point we closed the project, but so many months after, the results, they carried on. They boomed up and things continued to nurture and grow and attain results. I would like to note that part of what is going to help us continue that journey, again, I will not get into the numbers, but the COP shared how many people were trained, be it the model parents, be it the community health care worker, be it the local leaders, advocates, and others. And all these people have the knowledge. We definitely have to make sure that where this knowledge sits, we continue to make use of it so that it doesn't stop today, but we believe it can. I definitely very interested in the 12,000 children who, through this period, were rehabilitated from a state of acute malnutrition. Now, I know we have many children that would like to do the same, but I would like us to focus on the 12,000 for a moment. If this hadn't happened, there are many things we can think about these children would never be able to attain once they become adults, that otherwise they will. Some of them, or many of them, will potentially be parents, fathers, mothers. if we hadn't addressed the acute malnutrition in time, they most probably wouldn't take care of the children the way they would. I can only imagine how they'll do it. And then wherever they'll be, they'll end up contributing to their societies various ways. And so to me, this is very important, and a result that is, even if we will not be able to project and follow through the 12,000, but one can only imagine how that will greatly contribute to their societies, their families, and so on and so forth. A number of what we saw during the stand visits sends us a message. A number of tools that this project helped reach, some of which tools we need to ensure from today we bring to scale. We will work together to see how do we ensure these tools are brought to scale so that we achieve, again, the intended result that was thought through when these tools were being developed. Another, before I get off the results, important results that I want to speak to and take the opportunity to even respond to what I would call one of the challenges that our colleagues from the School of Public Health shared is an appreciation of the improvement in the utilization of animal source foods. This, and I'll come to the fortified beans also. This is one of our loopholes when we look at national results, again, from the Comprehensive Food Security and Vulnerability Analysis. When we look at the minimum dietary diversity, the minimum acceptable diet, and all that, we see how low it is. The results from the Gikuriro project reassure us that if I just speak on animal source proteins, when I see the increment that you shared from 18 to 41% among the project beneficiaries, but also from about 16 to 29 among those that were not project beneficiaries, again coming to the spillover effect. It reassures us that if we continue efforts in promoting animal source protein, people understanding the importance, then we should see a growth. Because from the understanding during this project, it's not that these households were given the animal source food. No. They were given the knowledge and the facilitation through the saving lending groups and so on and so forth, and they were able to provide themselves the animal source food. That is very encouraging. I'm saying this and taking a moment to delay on it because sometimes when we say it, the anticipation is like, how much will we spend to buy? So we need to figure out how to continue this without thinking that it's the project, it's government to buy the animal source food. But no, it is us working with the communities to have them understand the importance and then empower them to be able to acquire it. And now a very small contribution I wanted to make to one of the concerns that came up about the iron-rich bean, the example of Nyabihu, where they were concerned that the seed could not grow there. Just wanted to share because I'm not sure if we have a colleague in here from Ministry of Agriculture or Rwanda Agriculture Board, but wanted to share with you information that I have. The Rwanda Agriculture Board has studied quite a number of iron-rich bean strains that can grow in the different parts of this country. So it has already been done. What we need to do is to ensure that when we go to different districts, we make sure we take the right bean. Otherwise, they've already studied. They know which one fits better in which soil, in which part of the year, and so on and so forth. I just wanted to ensure that we don't leave this room without this answer. So, concluding, once again, very glad to be here on behalf of the government of Rwanda and sincerely thank all of you. the USAID, CRS, and all the partners for the support that we have seen through this project, the Gikuriro project, for the last 5 years that has reached families, children, mothers, and fathers. This support has definitely contributed to reduction of malnutrition and to improvement of livelihoods, and this is something that the government of Rwanda doesn't take lightly. We do appreciate it. I would also like to say that as a government, we are very committed, and we continue to be committed and continue to work hard to meet our vision of creating a better future for the Rwandan children, where all citizens can achieve their full human potential. And while grateful for the results, I'm also very mindful that the journey ahead of us is very long. When these figures start coming down, it only gets harder because you need to be wiser how to reach those ones that are harder to reach. It is going to demand more efforts, and it's going to demand that we don't get tired. If it means teaching someone 10 times so that they can better take care of their child, we'll have to do 10 times. If it means 20, that's what we'll have to do. There is no way we can allow ourselves to give up on this. So we have to be patient, we have to be ready to endure continued efforts into this, but we will, because this is a commitment that we have made as a government for our people. And I would like to very much concur with the theme that was said. Together we sure can, and we will end malnutrition in Rwanda. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Anita. Thank you, Leslie, USAID Mission Director, for your keynote speeches. I would maybe have some key takeaways from both Leslie and Dr. Anita that as Gikuriro implemented, we are proud that we have served communities, and we were able to reach mothers and children, and as well as communities, and focusing and emphasizing the self-reliance approach, and also implementation that were targeting nutrition and wash and some ECD, but that led to economic growth and created enterprise-led activities that improved well-being of the community. I like one of the sentences Leslie said, that we are leaving behind institutions that can continue. That is something we should be proud of. Another key takeaway is that from Dr. Anita, that imagine the 12,000 children who were given opportunity to be someone else in the future, who will be contributing adults to the society. That is something we should be proud of. And we are leaving also behind some tools that should be brought to scale. So it's a call for us, or for the next steps, to be scaling up tools that were produced by Gikuriro. And we have heard from the USAID Mission Director that these activities, learning, help to design the strategies for the future. So we have activities that we should sustain, but also learn from it to be able to do better in the future. I thank you all for the participation. We are coming toward the end of our meeting and event today. Once more, I would like to thank our guest of honor, the USAID Mission Director, our colleagues. I'll thank again our guests from Minaloc, DG, thank you for your time. Our colleague from districts, Mayor of Nyanza, Vice Mayor of Kayonza, DDA from Kichukiro, thank you very much for your time. Thank you, our sister organization. Thank you, Bernie, SNV. And I was also to acknowledge Madame Mathilde from Umuhuza. Those are organizations that we collaborated along the way in Gikuriro implementation. Our executive secretaries for the partner that we worked with, colleagues from Nyarugenge. Thank you for your time. All, I hope I'm not forgetting anyone. School of Public Health, of course, we collaborated. And many more who are following online. Thank you very much for your time and taking an effort to come and be with us today to celebrate the positive impact on children and families by Gikuriro. We have come to I am not saying the better part, but one of the better part of this event. We will have lunch, and I think the protocol will lead us to the lunch venue. Thank you very much, and have a great day.